the unknown, down the rabbit hole, where it stops no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hello, 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 everybody. Happy Tuesday. As you guys can tell, my voice is a bit of a disaster. It's kind of been going in and out for the last few days, so I'm hoping that it will last through this live. But I know I don't sound like myself, so hopefully you guys are okay. I feel fine. There's nothing wrong. It's literally just my voice. Who knows? I'm telling you, it's like every other week there's always something. So I want to say hi to you guys. We're going to get started on reviewing the Karen Reed trial from yesterday and today, which there's so much to go through, and I can't wait to hear your guys' opinions. I have not heard back from Sleuthy. She does have the link, so if she wants to join, she can. So welcome everybody back to Criminality. If this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. Sorry about my voice. Hi Savvy Zan. Hi Teresa. Hi Robin. Yeah, no, not sick, just I don't know, it's a voice thing. What's up, Chris? Hi, hello, Spring. Hello, Spring. Hi, Shaz. Hey, Amanda. What's up, Bonnie? Hi, none your business. It's going to be a doozy. I am Shannon. Today was interesting. I found myself screaming at Miss Nagel. Oh, man. That one really had me going. So some of the other ones I wasn't too, I don't know. There wasn't a lot of bang in them. There was a couple things, but I would say that she really brought some spice, or I should say that Yannetti brought some spice on her cross-examination. It was like a mess. Hi, Susie. What's up, Teresa? Hey, Wanderer. Dina. Hey, Lisa. They are doing a good job. Hi, Lindsay. Hi, AH. What's up, Princess Buttercup? So let me pull this up. Oh, stupid voice. It's going to piss me off. I took yesterday, so my voice was almost completely gone on Mother's Day. So I took yesterday to just like rest my voice, and that didn't work. She blew up everybody's case. AH, she blew up everybody. Nothing makes any sense anymore. Like I think she either became the most credible witness because she was so precise on everything she said, or she became like everybody's worst nightmare. That's how I feel about her. Hey, Kazia. Hey, Cleveland Rocks. All right, what did I do with that? There it is. Like I lost it. Never seen a DA present a defense case of its witnesses and not prosecute the defendant. I was saying this last week that it doesn't, they seem like they are defending themselves against the third party defense. Like it's like a weird, it's like they're on the defense. Like what, if you think of all the testimony we've heard, I should go back and like just pull the pieces of anything that actually has to do with Karen Reed. Anything that has to do with Karen Reed. Because if it comes to what we know about Karen Reed so far, now into day number 2 of our 3rd week of testimony, we have that she spoiled John's niece and nephew, and that was like a big issue for John. That's like the biggest like negative we've heard so far. We've heard that she didn't really drink like that much, and she did not appear intoxicated, Her and John seemed to be getting along and were pretty lovey-dovey at the bar. No tension, no anything like that. She seemed nice to the people that knew her. The ones that were more closer to her, like John's family, they actually cared a lot about her and were friends with her. What have we learned about Karen Reed? Hi, Sleuthy. Hey, Blah. Hi, ATS. Hi, Laura. Hi, Kyra. Yeah, we literally have not learned anything about Karen Reed besides that the worst thing is that she bought Dunkin' Donuts for his niece, which I think is kind of ironic because it can't even really be that bad when Aunt Julie buys a 6-pack of donuts every year for Brian Albert's birthday. Exact same donuts, but apparently, like, that's the worst thing that we've heard. Aisha Reyes. Also, I've decided his belt is gone because they broke it carrying him back up those steps. I've never heard anything about the belt. We've not heard a single thing about the belt in testimony, and in any document, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, I have seen nothing in the documents about a belt ever even being found. They made this guy look like a complete dishonest man. So so we're going a little bit back in time to yesterday. I know there's so much good shit to talk about today. But he definitely had it on. I don't know where the hell it went. So we're going to go back in time to yesterday morning, which it's so crazy with this case. Like, I feel like this happened so long ago, but it was literally just yesterday morning when we came back from the weekend that it was cross-exam time for Brian Albert, and Alan Jackson was the defense attorney that took this on. I thought he did a really good job. I'm going to point out a couple things that I kind of thought when I was watching it and see what you guys think. I was wondering a couple things. One, as a juror, because remember, they don't know all the things that anybody else knows. They don't know all the things that the YouTube peeps know. As a juror, do you automatically back, well, I mean, it's probably just going to be some do, some don't. Like, do you automatically, like, support Brian Albert because he's a Boston cop? He's the one that protects you, or did protect you. You know what I mean? Like, do you automatically back him because he's a cop? Like, is that something that they're going to take into consideration? The other thing I was thinking is, even if it's not that he's a cop, he's from Boston. I mean, born, raised, he's Massachusetts through and through. Was a cop there for 30 years. Does Alan Jackson do well to the jury when he's not from there? Like, I'm not from Boston, so I don't know how Bostonians would be. Like, do you think that they would be like, who is this guy from LA coming in here and, like, talking to our people this way? And I think it would change the outcome of, like, your perception of how this all went down. First of all, he had no business at that lady's house during her interview. Right. Well, he says, like, I've known her since she was 6. She was like my little sister. You think they like Alan Jackson? Or you think they like Brian Albert? Free Karen Reed. Hi, JC Creations. No, you don't think it matters. They have there's some things that we'll point out when we go through it that are extremely repetitive. And it's funny, I don't know who I was listening to, but somebody made the comment like they didn't think the Commonwealth actually had prepped these guys. And I was like, they say certain things that are identical to each other. All of them. Hi, Chelsea. Definitely don't automatically trust the cops. He must have had his pants off, because how did he throw up in his underwear? I don't know. So that's another thing I want to do, is kind of just talk through some of the theories. But a jury doesn't always like an outsider defense attorney. Right. I think Yannetti doing a lot of cross helps with that. Right. But Jackson did this one. So, I mean, as an attorney, he did an amazing job. I'm just trying to think of like the perception of having this local Boston 30-year vet, cop, also ex-Marine, versus the guy from LA who doesn't go here. especially if what the whole defense thing is that it's like it's okay to blame things on Karen Reed because she's an outsider. And if their theory holds any weight, well, Jackson's an outsider. So do they like him? The Alberts and their friends come off like angry defensive thugs. So, and as a juror, you don't necessarily know the history of what they've been through or what they consider that they, what they perceive they've been through, and others sometimes perceive they've been through. The jury doesn't know that. So does it come across like they're just dicks? You know what I mean? It came across as very dishonest. I kept reading people saying they were prepped in the same room phone call. They do have a conversation about that they were on the same conference call, that there was a group of them on the same conference call, but they don't talk about everybody that's on there. And a couple of them that we do know were on the conference call haven't testified yet. New Englanders stick together. I think he threw up in his boxers because he was dragged, which lowered his pants. I think he was dragged and then threw up. But he'd have to be sitting up then to throw up. They are so angry. Brian Jr. said he forgot to take Chloe out to the bathroom when his dad asked, but yet to the girl upstairs for her to took the dog. Yeah, he did. Takes her upstairs, but how did he forget to just take her out? That doesn't make a lot of sense. His house was not checked. Nope. Not thoroughly, not with a crime scene unit or anything like that. I'm sure some jurors find it off-putting and others dislike how evasive the witnesses are. I can't wait for the jury to have to actually communicate with each other and see where it comes out. I think people from Boston come across harsher to people not from Boston, but they did seem angry. Oh, a couple of them seemed really pissed. A couple of them didn't seem angry. They just seemed like Sarah Levinson. She testified today. She seemed fine to me. She didn't seem angry. She came across pretty credible and just normal and just, this is how my evening went. I actually liked Brian Albert Jr. I didn't think that he did a bad job. I don't think he helped or hurt anybody. And I don't, you know what I mean? Like they were just kind of witnesses to be witnesses and almost to the point where if you don't call them, it would look weird if you don't call them. And I actually, for me, Caitlin started her testimony yesterday and finished it this morning. I actually thought she came across really well, outside of the fact that she continued to qualify her answers constantly, like answering questions that weren't asked over and over and over again. And it made me think, but I don't know if it was just like a me thing, but I thought like she's trying to make sure that this story that she's rehearsed is being told and not the version that Yannetti's trying to get her to tell. Like she wants to tell the full thing. And I get like he's a defense attorney, he's asking yes or no questions. But I thought she came across pretty decent too. She didn't come across pissed off. I thought that Nicole, when she had testified last week, she had a lot of facial reactions that I just thought were kind of weird considering, and then her extreme pushback on her husband being a trained fighter. Like he was a Boston cop for 30 years and he was a Marine. He is a trained fighter. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You're not doing all that and not becoming somewhat of a trained fighter. Like professionally trained, that's where I would have gone with it. Like, no, he's not a professional fighter. He's never boxed or done MMA professionally, but he does have that training. Like I would have just said, yeah, he was a cop for 30 years. He's got some types of training. I don't know what they are. Ask him. Hey, Kristen. Throwing out the 1 month. Woo woo. Oh, speaking of members, there's a new emoji for Lolly. So if you're a member on the channel, you guys have the what if any emoji now to throw up when we go through anything for Lolly. So it's a what if any. What if any? Wait, didn't his wife say he let her out when they got home and then put her upstairs? Yes. that Brian, so it gets confusing because there's two Brians. So Brian Jr. said he was supposed to let her out because he was the only one home, but says he didn't. So he was telling his dad, like, no, I didn't let her out. But one of the testimonies from one of his birthday guests, Brian Jr.'s birthday guests, said that he took one of the girls upstairs to see the dog. So it's just kind of weird. Like, you're already up there with her. Why didn't you bring her down and take her out? Dragged under pits sitting up. Oh, like pulling like that. And then he's like throwing up on himself. I'm curious because I have heard two things about having throw up on the clothing, like the outer clothing. So I'm curious that nobody's testified to any clothing so far having any vomit all over it. Tristan seemed ticked off. He seemed, what's the right word? Like he was just like, I don't know anything. I don't remember anything. Leave me alone. And I was like, you're coming across like, you're like dumb. Just answer the questions. You'd be in and out in a minute. I see, Dub. So many annoying witnesses. It's an odd hill for her to die on. Right? For Nicole. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, there's your what if any's. It doesn't come up on mine, but so what if any questions do you guys have? What if anything happened? A lot of the witnesses seem defensive to me, but not all of them. Some of them seem just kind of normal. It's extremely repetitive, which I think that today she's finally got a better handle on it. Who was it that Karen caught John kissing? The only name I know is Laura's sister. I don't know who that is. Maybe somebody in chat might, but it was supposedly Laura's sister. I caught John kissing Laura's sister. Hi, Alice. The problem is no one can answer a question and everyone's getting so defensive on every single question. Instead of just making it extremely simple, they're like fighting against it. Like, are you trained? Yeah, I was trained in the Marines and the police department, but it's like, were you trained in hand-to-hand combat? No, because it's not called that. It's called defensive tactics. You know what I'm like, what? Seriously? Like, so like the weird semantics, I have no idea who Laura is. I have no idea. Hey, Rabbit. My bro was a Marine, and I remember him saying if they get in a fight while in Marines, they can get in so much trouble because they are considered a weapon. Correct. That is true. Did you see him calling Turtle Boy Lolly? He wanted to, but he couldn't. They get sudden amnesia on Cross. I know. I don't remember anything. Who's the only smart one who doesn't want to perjure themselves? IBR. Elio never liked being questioned. True. Let me see. I missed a comment up here. It didn't make sense how he couldn't say exactly how it was just horseplay with his buddy. No, it was just weird. He was like, oh, we were just being silly and just having fun and being silly and hanging out with my friends. I'm like, how old are you? Like, you're not being silly. Just say we were playing around. It was the weird defensive commentary around it and trying to not call it what it was or not say the same words that the defense used last week seemed very intentional, which makes it come across like you're still being coached. You're not supposed to be talking to anybody right now, but you're still being coached along the way. That's what it sounds like, because you're refusing just to say play fighting, messing around, goofing off. He's like, I was just being silly. We're just hanging out. I was being silly with my friends. I was just being silly. This is silly goose. Yeah, Jake, this is a silly goose. Oh, Tristan? Oh, no, I don't think I caught that. I don't think I caught that Tristan wanted to say something about Turtle Boy. You'll have to fill me in. You have the link if you want to come up. Let me see if you ever even responded to me. She's like, check messages. What? What you talking about, Willis? Okay, no, she did respond. I mean, look at his silly face. Nothing says silly like a former Marine retired cop. They're all the silliest among us, just out there having silly. They had a confrontation. I know that. I know Turtle Boy and Tristan had gotten in like a thing that ended up being recorded. But are you saying that he said something while he was on the stand about Turtle Boy? I'm not wild about all the questions the defense asks and how they portray everything and how the audience thereby interpret things, but the defense is outperforming the prosecution by a mile. I will actually 100% agree with you. I think that they're beating a dead horse with this whole video of the horse fighting, or the horse play, the horse fighting. I don't really understand where they're trying to take it, like that type of playing around between guys at the bar that have been drinking, like, leads into them beating the shit out of somebody and leaving them to die in the snow. Because if their theory is that you can't go with so many theories. It can't be like, well, John shows up and they're still in this horseplay, play fighting thing, and John accidentally gets hurt. Like, that's not their theory. Their theory is that John shows up there and these people beat the shit out of him and take him up from the basement and put him out in the snow to die. So, like, what is the play fight? How is the play fighting, like they're gonna escalate? Because I don't think their theory is they were play fighting at the house. So I almost feel like they're kind of throwing too many little theories around, which kind of worries me. It's funny too, because when a Marine graduates, they're literally told to take their pick in uniform and not smile, LOL, and be serious. Just in the video. Yeah, that video's, we can watch it when we get to Tristan. Kate M and Caitlin are just acquaintances since first grade. They are not friends. I think that I've had to question a lot of my relationships with this trial. Like, are these people my friends? Were they my friends at one point and I didn't know it? Are they acquaintances? Are we not actually friends because we don't hang out one-on-one? Like, is that like a friend requirement? Like, that was weird. Tristan, time is a flat circle. He's definitely a flat earther. You know it. He's just like 9 a.m., 10 p.m. It could have been 5 a.m. I have no idea. They're not going to go with one theory, though. They're offering several scenarios to give the jury many reasons for doubt. I think that might be a tough call because you don't really know what they're saying when the prosecutor is only going to give one theory. I don't know. That might be a bad call, in my opinion. It's funny because when she was asked what an acquaintance is, she said a friend. I know. Do we need, like, okay, so can you be friends? Like, I know people on the internet. We don't actually hang out one-on-one, but we do have one-on-one conversations. Is there like what are the rules? Like, what is the standard of what makes you a friend and not my friend? Tristan was very telling to me today. I feel like he knows the ship is going down and he wants no part of it. He's just like, yeah, I know those people. Yeah, I've been to their house. I have no idea when, no idea how many times. I don't know anything. I'm not going to commit to anything. And I was thinking when he was like, I don't know the time, so I'm not going to just say a time. Like, I'm not going to commit to it. And I was like, yeah, you've been with your girlfriend 8 years. You obviously have some commitment issues. Yeah, is Sleuthie a friend? I don't know. Like, what am I to you guys? I haven't spoken to my best friend since my dad. Aww. She's now your acquaintance. Probably. I don't even know. Do you even like her? I don't know. Like, I don't know what it is. Hi, Kiki. Hey, Remy. A name you know from high school. It's just a person. It's just hey, Alley Cat. Bill, I'm a pipe fitter. So the biggest thing that I had about Brian Albert was how he says, yes, yes. I have a tiny human. What's up, dude?
Stuff fell.
What fell?
Like your broken glasses, this, some other things.
Oh, in the kitchen?
Yeah.
Is your dad not in there?
Oh, no, he's not in the kitchen.
Okay. But he's got to be in the house somewhere. Okay, go find him.
Put this back
It's okay. It's not a big deal. Go get your sister, your brother, your dad, any person bigger than you except for me. Bob did have an awesome. He's like, yes, yes, yes. I don't know why he kept doing that. I was like, stop saying them. Yes. People in Canton have a high standard of what a friend is. I don't know. You have to hang out one-on-one. You have to talk on the phone more than 67 times in 7 months. I mean, there's definitely a lot of qualifiers to become an actual friend. Caleb is going to spend the night, in my opinion, but called Tristan because something happened. And then he called his fucking girlfriend high maintenance, knowing damn well she can watch it now. She's going to know that he called her high maintenance. Maybe they have a running joke. Maybe she knows she's high maintenance. I didn't get a chance, at least. I don't think I said it, but thank you for the gifted membership. Did somebody gift memberships and I missed it? It's not showing up that they did. Yes. Most of my family isn't my friends. We definitely don't hang out one-on-one. They simply Bill. I thought she was, well, isn't it weird that like Ryan Nagel in his statement, he said that he thought that his sister was either going to end up spending the night or get a ride home from somebody else. So like I think the girls were going to spend the night. And then because they'd been drinking since 6 o'clock when they got there, I think they were going to spend the night. I think Caitlin was going to spend the night. And then all of a sudden everybody like had to bounce. Everybody left. Hey, Batgirl. Here we go. More conspiracy stuff. So sorry. It is obvious that Karen Reed is the elephant in the room. Hello, little human. I would have no issue. I think my bigger problem isn't this. It's not even about the conspiracy because I have no buy-in on anything because nobody's really doing anything except for the fact that the Commonwealth isn't even talking about Karen Reed. Like we're 3 weeks in. Like, why are you not talking about her? Where's the evidence that she hit him with the car? Like, stop defending yourselves against the defense team. Just go in and lay out your evidence. That bothers me a lot. And like, if it's like, and the weird thing is like, the witnesses are just so like adamant that they're not going to tell and not even the truth, but they're not going to just be forthcoming. They're not going to just put it out there. Like, it's so strange to me. Like, for me, like I like listening to Sarah today. She seemed very honest. She just sat down and said, hey, here's what it is. Here's what I know. Here's what I don't know. Her cross-examination was fairly simple. There wasn't any like animosity or anything being pushed back and forth. Oh, thank you, Vet Girl. First time here. So glad to see you live. Much love. Aw, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's very kind of you. And welcome to the channel. They aren't laying out a case of Karen's guilt. They are laying out a case for why it's not a cover-up. Right. And they have 4 weeks to go. Yeah, but I'm just, well, like, technically they have it scheduled for 8 weeks, but it's supposed to go 7, so we'll see. But I just thinking like 3 weeks in, like this is kind of crazy. And I am totally with Bev when she's like, okay, I don't care about the layout of the house anymore. Like, stop talking about which door people used. And we haven't heard a ton about snow until today. We get to hear more about snow, and I was like, oh great, now we have the snow coming back. Molly can't commit to Karen. I just don't understand that. It's a very weird strategy. I hope that they can all tie it up. I'm waiting, and I think I've told you guys on this in my other lives about Karen Reed. I'm really waiting for the reconstructionist. I think is probably that one and the data experts about the phone stuff. But the reconstructionist, to me, somebody has to prove to me, and I'll pull this up because somebody did this and said that this is how the Commonwealth's theory of what Karen Reed did was. But I'm like, somebody needs to show me how he got the injuries he got from her car and how he ended up in the yard where he ended up. Like, I can't wrap my mind around it. I'm almost at the point where I think they're both wrong. And that's what I'm waiting. Those are the two things I need. I need those two people. I think that's the two that I'm really going to really be the most interested in from both sides. Here, let me pull this up real quick. Hi, Marshall. They need to explain those dog bites because that did not come from the vehicle. If he's hit from the vehicle, if he is hit from the car, then they should be able to show from they took it that day. They took it that day. There's no like amount of like went and cleaned off this car and they're not going to find his blood. Show me on the car where the injuries match John O'Keefe's body. Show me how that lines up. Show me how the car causes like a straight cut in the back of his head with the bruising right above it. Like, I got to see those things. And then you got to go, why is the FBI involved? Because there's something shady. So this is what I said, like, I'm wondering if there's a completely different explanation to how he died than either side thinks, but we may still have a potential, and I don't mean to get too cop show because I really don't, and I know it's not real life and cop show, not the same thing, unless you're Brian Albert's cop show, but you know what I'm saying. That's not the same thing either, apparently, because he's not really a boxer. But anyway, he if you want to put it on somebody because you're worried that there's not enough evidence to convict them, so you still have to create some evidence to convict them because you believe they did it. Does the evidence stuff come into play because they just want to make sure they're guaranteed a conviction and not necessarily a cover up for any kind of conspiracy inside the house? That's where I'm at with it. It's just such a weird thing. Just show me how it happened. They collected evidence and read solo cut. Well, they didn't know how to collect evidence. The phone data, just like in Murdaugh trial, is coming. Have had large dogs my whole life. Those are not dog bites, and the FBI is involved. Right. Hi, TM. How are you? So good to see you. So the FBI has their own investigation. Some say that it started before this case, but oddly enough, there's some evidence that's coming in, on cross some of the questions. That information that they have has to be from the FBI. The prosecution isn't very theatrical. Their case isn't built for an audience quite like the defense is, which could be good for them or bad, because if you have a juror who doesn't like the showboating of, a defense attorney, then they could very well be like, wait, I don't really like how they're coming across. Like, why are they pushing this? Why are they pushing this whole bar fight so hard when it's obvious that it was nothing, not a big deal? So then that could turn the jury off, and they may like the more calm, reasonable commentary from somebody like Lolly. This is why I tell you guys all the time, especially like when I talk about cases where I'm not like one way or no matter what, my opinion is irrelevant to the outcome of any case because I'm not on the jury. Or your opinion in chat, they're relevant to us, our people, and having these conversations. But we don't affect the outcome. We have no say-so over the outcome of what these 12 people sitting in that jury box are going to come up with. So having the different opinions when we are having these types of conversations is important because those 12 people sitting there aren't going to all think the same thing. They're not all paying attention to the same words or the same parts of testimony or the same evidence. They put different weight on different pieces of evidence. That's why it's good to have like a little bit of, a difference of opinion. And we haven't seen all the evidence yet. Like I said, I've got a couple people that I'm really waiting on. Do you think the jury is going to think about the mysterious grand jury? I think that I think it would have almost been better for them to have said what it was without having to define it. Because this is, once again, just my opinion. I think that saying like this other hearing where the Commonwealth and the defense weren't there is intriguing. It's like, well, wait, why are you having a hearing about this case that nobody's at? Like, where's all the attorneys? Why are you guys being questioned by other attorneys? I think that's weird. But some people might not pay any attention to it. You don't have to convince these lying witnesses to help you cover up your murder. You convince them that Karen did it, and you need them to fib a little to help convict her. It's very possible. That's why I said I don't want to get too like TV cop. Was the black coat on him or over him? Well, there's only one person who's even testified to that puffy big coat, but when he sees the photos, he's like, oh yeah, I guess you're right. There is no coat. So there is no coat. Everybody else has testified that he had no coat. Do we have a timeline update specifically from 12:15 to 1:45? I've been fighting the urge to put that much of my time into this one. Let me see what Sleuthy would be able to tell me if she's updated hers, because she's doing a trial one. Let me pull up her Twitter real quick, and I'll pull it up. Trial timeline. Here we go. Okay, so doesn't look like a lot of that timing, but she probably doesn't have today's in there. She may not even have yesterday's in there. This is trial timeline. Trial. Is this right? Is this where you put it right, Sleuthy? Now I lost you guys in my tabs. Reasonable. Well, you know what I mean, like the more, like the calmer tone, I guess, if you will. Why are phones being deleted and replaced? Well, if you got some other shades, let's say there's other shady stuff that has nothing to do with this case, but now you get wind that they're going to come and take your phone, and you're like, yeah, I got other stuff on here I don't want these people to see. The prosecution's meandering opening is matching their handling of the witnesses. I just think it's a waste the way they're going about it, but maybe Lolly has some genius plan that hasn't come to fruition yet. The way the defense is handling the case is ridiculous. What Karen has done to the O'Keefe family is horrible. John took those kids. She made a mistake. Now she is throwing the whole family under. You think she's throwing the whole family under? Because I think even if she did it, I don't see how she's throwing the whole family under. I mean, she's not allowed to talk to them, like by court order. She can't have any conversations with them, which kind of sucks, especially because I think they did consider each other friends. Yeah, she does have the best timeline in the game. I still have no idea what I think happened. I'm watching pretty new to the case. Do not even know all the names. White coat. He was impeached for that. He said on and he was wrong. I'm still stuck on understanding why he was at that girl's interview, sister or not. No, it's weird. Well, it's weird because he was like, I needed to be there in case she was like overwhelmed by everything going on. I'm like, her fucking husband's there. Like, back up. What are you doing? You don't need to be there. That was the only reason he would, in his mind, need to be there is because he's a cop and he understands the questioning. Other than that, like this whole weird moral support thing, if it's moral support, send her sister with her. Like she would be the one to go, right? Hey, Susie Q. We're just chit-chatting and bullshitting anyway. Trying to be objective and still have way too much reasonable doubt. I think at this point, absolutely. Kaiser Sose. I don't think he is, but maybe he pulls something out and he's just like, nope, I had this in my pocket the whole time. Maybe there's some, reason to his strategy. Karen blamed Chloe, and that is not cool in my book. Well, I mean, they refer to the dog as an it, so I don't believe for a second that Karen did it. You guys, I just am so not decided at all. Doesn't the defense have an Emmy on their witness list? I don't remember if they have an Emmy, but I'm sure they have some type of, they have somebody in that category. Calls between them two during interview. Where's all the blood he lost? The 3 pints of blood. That's another question that I don't know. And is it, they're not doing a very great search of the scene. How much of it's lost and it's in the ground? I mean, it's not if he is actually on the ground, it could puddle there. But then we have the differing testimonies of how much snow's on the ground, which is why Lolly doesn't want to let that go. The Alberts were bad dog owners. They're definitely not the kind of dog owners I would want. They just call the dog an it all the time. Like, and then they just got rid of it after. Somebody did tell me in one of my lives, though, that Massachusetts has really harsh penalties for animal attacks. So I don't know if that had something to do with it. But I'm a firm believer of once you take the responsibility of a pet, that is now your responsibility for the rest of your life. So Chloe doesn't have anything to do with it. Well, I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I still don't like the way they referred to their dog. Chloe is innocent. Leave Chloe alone. So if you just look at, let's just talk about just Chloe, for instance. So if you talk about, and you take away some of the other randomness, just the Chloe situation, okay? If it's true, Massachusetts has, they're really strict on these attack things. So they're like, okay, we don't want her to be put down. She sends somebody to the hospital, it gets reported. It could be a really big deal. And they're like, this could be a huge lawsuit, especially if it happens again. What if she kills a dog? We don't want to do it. We don't want to deal with it. So I think that in itself would be a fairly easy thing to go, okay, that it happened. We're going to move on from it. But if you look at the totality of things that happened with just Brian Albert and his household, I think is when there's a lot of coincidences that people go, how many coincidences does it take? When you have sells the house, but says, we were planning on selling the house before. I mean, let's talk to a realtor. They probably couldn't even get that testimony in because it's not relevant to the case. But I'm like, okay, let's find out where the first communications with the realtor are. Should have got that in through Brian Albert. Okay, Lolly could have easily been like, here's on your phone records the first time that you contacted this realtor that your brother sent you this message of. And it could have been easily done. They probably would have objected to it. Who knows? I don't know if they would have actually been able to get it in, but at least the jury would have heard it. Like, hey, let's go over your text messages from 2021 when you get this. So you have, let's get rid of the house that your family built. So you have no loyalty to your home where your parents built that home for you and your brothers and sister in the 70s that you obviously wanted to live in because you bought it from them. And then you get rid of your dog. And then you, as you're selling your home, you redo the floor, which I will defend this because I do know that when people sell their homes, the realtor will say, this will cost you $5,000 to fix, but when you sell your home, it'll give you another 10 grand. So you'll make $5,000 off of your $5,000 you put in. I absolutely know that. Once again, the individual situations are completely understandable. It's the totality of all of them that make you go, okay. Now he redoes the flooring after he is kind of knows what the defense theory of the case is, that something happened in the basement. Now you have the house gone, the dog gone, and then there's a preservation order that comes in for your phone. And somehow the day before you just happen to upgrade it, but pretend like you don't know that it erases your data. Now I get it. He's not necessarily young, but he's not an idiot. And he knows about phone data. He was on a fugitive task force. That was his entire job. You don't think they were using any type of phone data to track down these people? Cat is not a bad owner, dog owner. Stop saying that, blah. What did she say? She beat her dog or something? I had a doggo that attacked my sister-in-law whose husband was a lawyer. I put him down. I was sick. I was sick for 6 months. Well, I mean, did he kill her? I mean, because I know that there's some places you don't have a choice. Well, don't say that. Some places you don't have a choice. Depending on the kind of dog and depending on how bad the attack was, they'll take your dog. This is a total side story. When I lived in an apartment before I was married, there was one of my neighbors had a pit bull, and somebody was like walking by outside, and the pit bull was in the window, and they were like antagonizing the dog. Well, the dog got fucking pissed and charged straight through that window, busted out the whole window, and attacked the people that were out there. And the dog was just in its own home, not doing anything wrong. They took the dog and put the dog to sleep. And I'm like, the dog was just in its own house. It wasn't even doing anything. But I don't know. It's a tough call. I see, like, for them, I get that. I get that. There's a lot of circumstances that go around it, and I don't think that makes you a bad owner. I think that's a tough call, and I don't know You'd have to know all the circumstances to know about that. But did you call your dog an it? I mean, I got 3 its over here. I'm just like, that's a lot of coincidences. You get rid of your house, you get rid of the dog, and you get rid of your phone. The 3 things that the defense team is looking for. The 3 things the defense team is looking for, and you don't have them. They're gone. You didn't tell the defense team where you put the dog when they asked. You wouldn't even give it up. But then you're testifying. Nicole's testifying. Oh, we told Mr. Lawley. We told the Commonwealth where the dog was. And Elizabeth Little's like, wait, you did what? You told them? Like, how do they know? But you didn't tell us. People, I think, thought that she was, probably because he was a cop and she was a German Shepherd. But I don't think there was any type of anything like that. So that's my issue with the Albert situation comes, or I should say, as Brian Albert would say, after the incident. My issue comes to how many things he did to get rid of anything that could have proven him correct. And as he sits on the stand and says, he's asked, did the crime scene text come in? Did anybody come in to process anything in your house? And he says, no, I wish they had, because of everything that's happened since. But if you wish they had, why did you do everything to get rid of anything that would have proved your story? Why are you destroying all of that? That's the problem for me. That's what makes them look guilty. If they weren't doing anything like that and they just went and sat on the stand and answered, shoot, my birthday was September 4th. Why does he throw out his birthday was September 4th anyway? Like, what does that have anything to do with you getting a phone on the 22nd? Did somebody give you a gift card? It was like absolutely irrelevant comment. But if he says, September 4th was my birthday, my wife gave me this gift card, I took the next opportunity I had, I went and got a new phone, or, anything like that, and I didn't know anything about this preservation order. And yeah, I get it. It looks weird, but I didn't know, and I went and got a new phone. And I know it factory resets, and if I had known that there was a preservation order, I wouldn't have done it. Like, that would be, I would buy something like that. But the weird, like, I was a cop for 30 years. My chat is not moving, so now I'm going to have to skip a whole bunch of comments, and I'm really sorry, you guys. I like to read your stuff. But like I said, it's the combination of all of Brian Albert's let's get rid of everything that could prove me innocent. Let's hide everything, destroy anything, sell everything, redo everything that would go against what the comment or what the defense is saying happened in my home. That's my struggle. And then you have the lack of the Commonwealth, only so far, and then they may turn it around. But I'm telling you, if we go back and we pull from our notes, if we pull just the comments about Karen Reed, just the Karen Reed comments, we don't have anything to show anything. That she had drinks from a tall glass that was clear liquid with a lime potentially. That they weren't fighting that night. One of the couples was actually jealous of how lovey-dovey they were. And his thing is like, well, you weren't behind closed doors, so that's going to have to come out in another witness, and hopefully not the kids. But, I think he'll put the kids on the stand. I'm actually at the point where I do think he will. Marshall, that was actually a question I had, and I was going to ask you guys tonight, does anybody know if Brian Albert attended John O'Keefe's funeral? His phone was paid by his agency, and he changed phones. The dog bite someone with another animal was a threat. The dog came from Texas, retired trained dog. Is that what it was? Because there was always some confusion about that. So maybe he wanted to try to make it a police dog or some type of dog, and that's why he got it from Texas, because I thought that was weird that he got it from Texas anyway. My dog gave her stitches in her head and her arms. All I could think of is if that was a kid. That's tough. Like I said, in a lot of states, they'd take the dog anyway. Any type of bite like that, they'll put your dog down. I think this situation is different because it was a dog on dog attack and the owner of the other dog put her hands in it. My mom did this. It was so bad. My mom did this and the dogs bit like almost off her whole thumb. She had to have a thumb replacement. She has a fake thumb, like the joint, fake thumb joint, because of the dog bite to her hand. And it was our own dogs, and all she just decides to put her hands in the middle of it. Like, you don't do that. Don't put your hands in the middle of it. So it's like this. I get what this owner was doing, especially if she had a little dog and it was, a 70-pound German Shepherd. I get it. Hey, VJBC. But it's okay. He didn't go to the funeral because his birthday's in September. I'd be curious. Does anybody know if he did or didn't go? Did I miss somebody answering me? Did he not go to the funeral? Got bit by a cat once. There's no conspiracy. Don't tell me that. You think you need to tell the witnesses that, because they're the only ones making it really seem like there is one. I'm all for it. Go on there, say, hey, they were getting along that night. Put the other witnesses on the stand that talk about how tumultuous their relationship was, and the type of things that would set her off and get her pissed off and get him to tell her to get away from him or whatever. Show her temper, show if she threw things, in a fit of rage, anything to show that she has a terrible temper. And then that's it. Go, here you go. He went to the wake, but not the funeral, I heard. Okay. Jay, you've had a couple fingers amputated because of breaking up dog fights? Damn. Not going to funeral says everything. Especially if he went to New York, flew to New York, and they wouldn't let him answer this. That was objected to. But they were asking whether he knew the officer that died in New York or not, like why he went. They wouldn't let him answer it. I got bit by a Chihuahua. It's the only dog that's ever bit me as a damn Chihuahua, and it bit me right in my knee. And shit, that hurt. It hurt for a long time. If you're going to break up a dog fight, just don't do it with your hands. Don't put your hands in there. Stick something else in there, or if you have like boots on, use your foot. Do not use your hands. My mom was a petting zoo when she was young. At a petting zoo when she was young, and a monkey that was attached to a tree at the zoo jumped on her back and hung on while she screamed and ran around. That's so bad. My mom had a monkey when she was young, ironically. I thought he went to the wake for the officer in New York and missed the funeral because a no Easter was coming. I thought he just went to the funeral. But they wouldn't let him answer if he actually knew that person. Dog active all night, but quiet when screaming and lights in AM. Yep. All right, let's go over here. I was a vet assistant for years and went to school for it. I've been tore up a couple times. Cats are hands down worse than dogs. Well, that's because they have those claws, man, and they can just fucking crazy little animals. So here's a side story for you. And ATS, this will actually tell you what ended up. I was talking to ATS last night, and I ended up bouncing, and I was like, I'm chasing some loose dogs around my neighborhood. And if anybody knows anything about me, I'm a huge animal person. Like, I love animals almost obsessively. Like, I just love animals. I think that they're just incredible little things and big things. I just love them. Wild animal, all of it. I'm a huge animal fanatic. My husband gives me a lot of shit. He's an animal fan, but not like me. But I cannot handle like a loose animal outside, like a loose dog. So I can't tell you how many 4th of Julys I've ruined for my family because I'll leave. Because dogs get really scared with the fireworks, and then you see them running up and down the street. I can't handle it because I think of the outcome. Like, this dog's going to end up getting hit by a car. The family's probably out. They're not even home. They don't even know where like their animal is. Like, I can't handle it. Like, there's something inside of me that I physically cannot stop myself from going after them. Pisses my husband off something fierce, but it just happens. Like, there was one time there was a stray dog running down the street, and I had to go to the school to pick up my son, and I called my husband. I'm like, you need to go get him because I can't leave this dog. And he's like, leave the damn dog. And I'm like, I can't leave the dog. Like, I'll call the school and tell them I'll be just a couple of minutes late, but I gotta wrangle this dog. Otherwise, it's gonna get hit by a car, and I can't do it. Like, it's not going to happen. And so last night I was out walking my dogs, and there was some police activity at the end of my street. And so, of course, I'm like, well, what's going on? Like, I got to find out what's happening. So I go to walk down to see what's happening. And they have it's like a family of 6, like sitting on the curb. And apparently they were like trying to like stay in somebody's house that's like being renovated, and they didn't, like, there's nobody that lives there. So they were trying to squat. Well, they'd gotten caught apparently. So, but they had 3 dogs. They had a pit bull, a husky, and a chihuahua. And they're just none of them are on leashes. They're just running amok up and down the street. One of my other neighbors comes walking with her 2 little dogs, and she sees like this pit bull and has the whole perception like pit bulls are bad. So she like picks up her little dogs, and she's like running like to get away from the dog. And the dog's like, "Hey, fun, let's chase this lady." And she's like freaking out. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So there's like 7 officers down there. Yeah, there's running a mud. There's like 7 officers down there. And I'm like, is it okay that these dogs are just like running around? Like, they're busy like taking care of whatever they're doing, but I don't care. I need to know what's going on with the dogs, because they're just running up and down the street. I'm like, hey, like, is it okay that these dogs are just running around? And then one of the ladies that was sitting on the curb, she's like, no, it's not okay, but they won't let us up to go get them. And I was like, well, officer, like, is it okay? Like, I have some extra leashes, because like I said, I have to stop and pick up dogs sometimes. It's just how it goes. And don't let me go to like a shelter, because I'll end up with something. That's a whole nother story. But so I was like, officers, like, is it okay if I like try to like get the dogs? Like, I don't want to interfere in anything. And the one officer's like, no, we would appreciate that. We're just a little busy right now, so we can't do it. So I'm like, okay, fine. So I go back down to my house and I get some leashes and I go back down there. But at this point, the dogs, all 3 of them, are pretty calm, and they're just kind of sitting around the owners. So like the owners are all sitting on the curb, and then the 3 dogs are just kind of all sitting there. And so one of the ladies was like, well, just like, one of the other neighbors was like, just go up and like, the chihuahua should be pretty easy to handle. And I was like, oh, hell no. I'll take the pit and the husky any day over that chihuahua. The only dog bite I've ever had was a damn chihuahua, and I want nothing to do with that little thing. And they just started cracking up. I was like, I'll go get the pit bull first. Then that was bad. It was a bad night when it came to that. But the people ended up having to leave, of course, because they were squatting. They were not arrested, which I didn't figure they would be. They left. They took their stuff out of this house, and they left, and they took the chihuahua. You know what they didn't take? The husky and the pit bull. They left them just running up and down the street. They left them. They bounced and left their 2 dogs. So fucking mad. I was so mad. I just couldn't even handle it. Never met a mean chihuahua. I now have a husky. Such a gentle guy. My son bought him for me after the sister-in-law tragedy. Dogs are either food-driven, toy-driven, or praise-driven. Yeah. I'll take dogs over little ones any day, but cats will fuck up your life. I do love cats, though. My tiny human is in love with cats. Just any cat. Just sees a cat, and he's like, can we go look at it? Can we just touch it? Let me see. Years ago, I snapped at the vet receptionist for calling me owner instead of mom. I said, I'm this girl's mama. You better get it right. I want to be put in the system with my title so you don't screw this shit up. Pits are wonderful dogs if raised correctly. I agree. Aw, Nunya. Please research the case as per Boston News article. Do you have a specific article you want me to look at? Because I do read a lot of articles anyway. I wish I was a cat person. I am up until they get on the counter. I was holding my deer head chihuahua. Yeah, that little thing got me good. It was my neighbor's dog. They felt bad, but I was like, it's not that bad. I'll just put some medicine on it. You have a Frenchie? I like little Frenchies with their big old ears. I have 2 schnauzers and then a giant mutt. The mutt's really my husband's, though. The little, if you're a member, you'll see, and some of the merchandise also has it. It has a little dog, a little purple dog with a star for an eye. That's over my big old mutt because she has 1 blue eye and 1 brown eye. I don't think she's in here, so I can't show you. Ursa, are you in here? I don't think so. think just the two littles are in their beds. Hey, Black Swan. Hi, Johnny. I miss my Chihuahua Spike. He was very protective, but fit in my hand. He was just a little guy. He's just a little teeny guy. You just carry him around with you. He's like a little pocket dog. Are you still cheating? Rocky, don't be telling the world. See, I should have turned my camera off. I had a Dr. Pepper earlier, but I am. I think the Dr. Pepper and I are now in an open relationship. I think that's where we're falling with this whole thing. I don't have the same cravings that I used to have at all for Dr. Pepper. It's very different now. Okay, hold on. Let me see my messages. That person. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Oh, I did. I think I retweeted hers today, Sleuthy. She sent me a tweet. Okay. Does the doctor know? Well, they're in the same fridge now. Anybody who's new to the channel is going to be like, what the hell are you guys talking about? I do have them in the same fridge. They are aware of each other. Yeah, I read it. I retweeted it. I'll read it. I think that's her one from today, though. So, hey, Jen. Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you guys for being here and hanging out with me while I just sometimes talk nonsense. Okay, before we get back over here and I talk more about Brian Albert, this was what somebody sent me showing this is how Karen would have backed up into him. So instead of this, you remember at the beginning of the case, they were trying to say that she did like a 3-point turn or a 2-point version of a 3-point turn because Matt McCabe, who hasn't testified yet, so I'm curious what he testifies to, where he said that he saw like the V shape from a turnaround. He could see the tire tracks in the snow. Well, they've changed that now based on the data from the car. And, you know, essentially they're saying that she would have had to have gone, and probably from the reconstructionist, that she would have had to have gone 24.2 miles per hour, 60 feet in order to hit him. So it would be that she's like backing straight up from here and then into the yard. So here's like here's your flagpole. And she's not necessarily going way back there, but she would be over here and going straight into him this way. So that she would have had to have jumped the curb. So now I don't think that it's impossible for her to jump the curb. I should say berm. It's a berm and it's rounded. I don't think that's impossible. But I just want to play with a couple theories with you guys on how this could have, like I said, why I'm really truly waiting for like these reconstructionists because it doesn't add up to me. So this is kind of what I've been trying to figure out in my head, like make it make sense. And if you guys know, like I essentially cover cases when I have too many questions because I'm like, I got to make sense of it in my own brain. Okay. So let's say she does this the 2 stops. Let me find the other picture I had for the house. Let's just say she does just the 2 stops where she pulls up in front of the driveway, right? Every time that Turtle Boy tried to recreate it, he jumped the curb. I don't think you'd have a choice, but I have an issue with this. This is where my issue is. So I just want to get a pic of the house first, though, or the street version of the house. Let me pull it up. Trying to find the best one for this. Let me see. Maybe this one. No. Okay, this won't work. Even though there's no snow on the ground. So we're just going to put that there's snow on the ground. But just talking about where Karen would have pulled in. So if we go with the first initial theory of that she pulls up and she parks in front of the driveway, right? Because she's going to let him out. He's going to go in and he's going to figure out like if they're supposed to be there or not, right? But she realizes that this truck, who was also turning at the same time and let them go first, is also going to the exact same house. So supposedly she's here, and then she pulls up, way up here, supposedly. So there's these 2 stops. So he either has to get out of the car here, or he has to get out of the car here. If he gets out of the car here, there's no reason for him to end up over here at all. So that can't be part of the Commonwealth theory, because it just wouldn't make sense. Like, what is he? He gets up here, unless, say that Karen lets him out here. Nobody sees that, right? So he gets out here, but then nobody sees him in the yard. See, I don't know. I can always come up with why this won't make sense. Say she lets him out here, and then she goes to pull away, and then he's like, wait, like, where are you going? Like, you're supposed to wait for me to tell you. So he, instead of getting up to the house, decides to cut over and come over to the car to talk to her. But then she doesn't know that he's coming back to the car, so she doesn't even know that he's there. But at the same time, well, depending on if we go with Julie Nagel or if we go with Ryan Nagel, which it's going to be kind of up in the air too. Ryan Nagel says she's still there. And so he doesn't see anybody hit. So now, if that's the case, she pulls forward. Ryan Nagel is right here in the F-150. John gets out of the car, and now he's just standing there. He's standing there for the entire amount of time that Ryan Nagel is in the truck behind him. And then he has to stand there long enough for Karen to get mad and go forward and then drive 60 feet backwards into him. Why is he standing there for so long? And if he's standing there for so long, why doesn't Julie see him when she comes out this door and comes here? Because now he's not laying anywhere. He's standing there. He's just standing here, waiting to be hit. Like, I can't make that make sense to me. All right, let me think what you guys think. Hi, Laura. I thought Turtle Boy was like a grown version of the viral Turtle Kid video. Oh, God. The kid is like, oh, how did you, what movie did that kid go see? What movie was it that the kid actually went and saw? And then he comes out, and they're like, oh, what did you think of the movie? And he's like, I like turtles. Nothing to do with it whatsoever. No. Apparently, I didn't know his origin story, but apparently there was a turtle statue, a turtle with a boy on it statue from where he was from. So he was anonymous, and that was the name he used. I don't know. That's what I was told. Maybe Snow Chains could have did those scratches, but these are freaking dog bites. Well, who's got Snow Chains? It's not snowing that much yet. I mean, according to almost every testimony, we've got a light dusting, to 6 inches of snow in the morning. So we know at 12:24, when she's supposedly dropping John off, the snow isn't that heavy yet. It's just not. It's not that heavy yet. They could have done anything with a solo cup to put blood on the SUV. Too many questions about how Karen could have hit him, and not nearly enough questions about why in the world he would be waiting around. That's where I'm at. Why is he just waiting there? That's exactly my question. Like, I can't, that doesn't make any sense. Why is he just standing there? And if he is just standing there, how does nobody see him standing there? Which then would be if Ryan Nagel, which the other guy who's driving, you'd think would actually have more insight into whether, like, what he was doing, like whether somebody was standing there getting out of a car, because Ryan's in the passenger seat talking to his sister out the window. He's in the driver's seat. He doesn't have anybody to be talking to. You know what I mean? So he would have actually more opportunity to be paying attention to what was happening around him. But that's it. So it's like, okay, so let's say, like, the only thing I can come up with is like this whole, he actually goes up and he's going to go into the house. What if he goes up and he's going to go into the house and he falls and he hits his head on the steps? Let me work this out real quick. Just going through different scenarios. Shoot, it's thundering. I've got PTSD from last week's storms where our electric was out for 30. Oh, geez. I can't imagine Karen leaving if John is now standing on the other side of the yard. Right. And she'd been drinking a lot. And I think that Ryan Nagel, if we go with what his statement was, he's going to say that the car was there. He's going to say that he saw Karen Reed's car there. And when he drove by to leave, Karen Reed was in the car alone. And he never saw John. He never saw John get out of the car, which is the only reason I think that maybe John got out at the driveway. So John gets out at the driveway. Let's just play it out real quick. Let's see. Hi, Sleuths Investigate. Did Karen ever say which door she saw John go in? Somebody told me, and I was actually going to go back and listen. They said she said it on the Nightline one, that she watched him walk up to the side door. And I was going to go back and listen to it. Did Karen ever say that? I don't know for sure. I don't remember it. But I'm thinking, this is kind of where I'm wondering now. Does he slip and fall? Is he walking up the driveway? Does he slip and fall, hit his head somewhere around here? He's like, shit, my head. And he sees that she moved up here. So he cuts back over, like, to go be like, tell her, like, oh, fuck, I just slipped and hit my head. So, like, none of these people actually see him inside. And then he's going back to the car. He's got a traumatic head injury, starts vomiting all over himself, or falls down and sits there and is vomiting all over himself. Okay, but then how does he get the scratches? See, so I'm like, okay, I keep going back to, if you want to go down the Bob rabbit hole of slip and fall, you have to explain 230 search and why in the world is Proctor and company planning evidence to turn an accident into murder. Well, this is what I think. I think they wanted to say she hit him because even, I was going to call him Bukaki, Buchanan, told the medical examiner at 10 something in the morning on the 29th, we're looking at this like domestic violence. That's what we're looking at it like, is a domestic violence incident. And then that changed throughout the afternoon. Hey, Miranda. So if he went, I think that both theories are wrong. I know that sounds crazy because we don't, and hopefully they prove me one way or the other, but I think they might both be wrong. But I also don't know if she actually hit him with her car. You cannot explain those injuries to me from that car and how he would have been hit. But a slip and fall causes the traumatic head injury. There was bushes that were lined up here, but he's found more over here. So unless he's just stumbling all over the fucking place, he's like, oh, shoot, over here, and falls over. And then he's back over here and falls over. I mean, I've seen crazier shit happen when it comes to an accident. But I would be super curious. I wonder, can we see the bushes? Hold on. Let me pull up. Is it this one? I don't know if these bushes could have done that. I was wondering about a snowplow too. Well, the snowplow does come by here, but the snowplow doesn't actually come by here until the problem with the snowplow, unless you go with it, the cocktail glass is also planted, which I'm not quite there. The cocktail glass is what he had when he gets out of the car. And that's what really kind of throws things off. And it makes me think, how many people could possibly be involved in this cover-up? I mean, there's a lot of crazy people who will do a cover-up. They do. They all get involved. It's to save one of their own. Now, do I necessarily think that's the case here? I'm not. I think something else happened. But if he's found closer to, hold on, this one might be a better one. If he's found closer to over here on this side of the flagpole, there's no bushes there for him to get the cuts on. I don't know. I'm kind of with Bob. I think that there's, that picture was so tiny. That was so weird. Okay, so let's say the dog is loose. Let's say the dog is loose and can get out the gate. Because if they let the dog into the backyard, the dog would have to get out one of the gates to be able to get to John. So maybe dog gets to John when John's walking up to the house. It's what causes John to get knocked over, and then but John still gets back up again. I don't know. I can't. Well, I know they can be. Smells the blood. But I don't know if the dog ever comes back out again. In my opinion, a young person is involved. Oh, the dog was loose. I worked a certain way. I read that one. The defense has not proven a cover-up either. So let that be known as well. Right. Well, they are. I mean, it's a struggle because they don't actually have as much burden of proof, right? I mean, the prosecution, the Commonwealth, is the one who has to prove that their theory is right. The defense doesn't have to prove that their theory is right. They just have to be able to put enough of it into the jurors' minds to say, hey, this is, there's reasonable doubt. That's all they have to do. They don't have to actually present all the evidence. I mean, they may have to present more than if they went with a different type of defense. But at this point, though, if we just talk about the trial to this point right now, the defense hasn't had to present anything. And yet the third-party culpability is so prominent in every cross-examination. The jury, who doesn't know anything about the case, maybe just saw a news article here and there, has to be going, wait a minute, I thought we were here because she hit him with a car. Like, why are we're listening to almost the amount of it outweighing the actual commentary about Karen is kind of interesting to think of. As a juror, we've heard more testimony about these other people, these third-party people, than we've even heard about the defendant. Maybe she could have clipped him, but this was not murder. Well, the struggle with that is then what is over here on the ground? And Lawley says in his opening statement that he believes the head injury is from him hitting the ground. What did he hit the ground on that would cause that wound with the bruising on top of that wound? So he has to hit something. So the defense theory, let me pull this one up. The defense theory is that essentially John O'Keefe goes into the house, goes downstairs to this basement with Brian Higgins, potentially Brian Albert, and potentially Colin Albert, I believe. And this is the only time I give any type of weight. Ironic. That's just so play on words there. I didn't mean that. Is to the defense theory is because of the way the cut is on some of these weight benches. I don't know if you guys can see this really well, but it is, I mean, they're very straight and horizontal. But then I'm like, there's just no way. There's no way they're carrying, I just don't see it. I don't see that they're carrying this guy upstairs, that nobody else in the house notices. I was with Bob's theory to an extent, but the Google search and injuries made me not like it as much. You've got to explain the injuries. No matter what the theory is, you've got to explain the injuries. And I mean, at least the defense has tried to come up with a reason that each of these injuries exists. Do you know what I mean? Was he play fighting with an Albert and got actually hurt? Chloe jumped in to protect her people. Is that the way the defense kept asking about play fighting? Okay, so this is what we were talking about earlier too, because that's a great question. Which theory are they really going with? That they lured him to this house so they could beat the shit out of him. Didn't necessarily mean to kill him, but they wanted to beat him up. Or is it that, and then, things get out of hand, he falls, hits his head on one of these pieces of this weight bench. They go, oh shit, we took it too far, and now we're going to carry him up the stairs. And I thought I grabbed those, but I didn't. We're going to carry him up the stairs and take him out, like the cellar doors, essentially, bring him out the front gate and put him in the front yard. Is anybody in the chat from this area? Do I have anybody here from the area? I could Google it probably, but I would be very curious on what type of wildlife is out there. Like that is typical on a, nightly basis. Like here I have possums and raccoons and coyotes. They're very, very common. You can see them almost every day. Or at least once a week. Like what kind of wildlife do you guys have out there? Like let's say John does fall at 12:35 in the morning and he's out there. Is there another type of animal that could come up and cause any of these damages to his arm? Yeah, I see. C-Dub, I don't like that. I think that's problematic because it seems like they're just trying to do whatever they can. I struggle with that. Oh, because it was a snow. Thank you. That's a good point. They're all snuggled down. You don't have anything that's out. Yeah, maybe you got snow owls. Not another owl case. There's a lot to think that was the brilliant place to put him. I still think maybe he was injured and had left on his own, and they knew how badly he was injured and didn't care. That's also kind of weird, though, because that's a weird. What's with the cover up then? What are you covering that up for? Oh, Veronica. Ugh. That sounds like, how many Odins do we have in this case? Would they still have been bedded down, East Wind Farms? Would they still have been bedded down when it wasn't necessarily a snowstorm yet? Because the big storm came the 29th. Would they have been just with a couple? I mean, it was, most cops are saying it was like about 6 inches by morning, max. I don't think they lured him there for that. Drunken argument, things get physical. Chloe jumps in. John either stumbles out, passes out in snow, or they brought him out. Yes, they could. I'm like, that's why I said this is about the biggest weight that I give to the defense theory is the actual weights. Just looking at that, what could cause the injury. Yes, they would have been. Okay, thank you for answering. I appreciate that. John went in, dog attacked his arm, he punched the dog, and then the Alberts hit him back. He stumbled back and hit his head. Do you think they're in the basement, though? You might have raccoons, turkeys, and the occasional coyote, but they would be bedded down, too, even just with a little bit of snow. The marine pictures and the chit-chat in the den. Well, that's also an interesting thing, because if we go with what Brian Albert says, doesn't he say they went upstairs to look at pictures of the marine stuff? And then people testified today, I think some of the girls testified that they went in the other room to look at the marine photos. Okay, Allie, 902. I want you to be 90210. Can you just be 90210? Because I need to say that for whatever reason. 90211. Dude, I don't understand how he's hit in the back of the head by this SUV. His height compared to the height of the SUV doesn't make sense to me. And even if, let's say he's bent over tying his shoe. Maybe his shoe comes untied, he bends down to tie his shoe. And then it would still be it's not going to be the back of his head. I should research 90211 instead of 90210. You're probably right. 90210 is kind of old. I probably shouldn't spend too much time on it anymore. I'm almost more obsessed of Matt being jealous or something. When I think about theories, that is. Is the window now 12:30 to 1:30 a.m.? No. If she's the one that hits him, it has to be. Let me pull up the timeline. I mean, we know from data, which isn't testified to yet, but we do know that the 80 steps and the 288 feet that's registered on John's phone is between 12:21 and 12:24. When he's searching for 34 Fairview, it's at 12:19, so right before that. So this is almost like they arrive and she's down at the end of like the driveway and is pulling forward kind of thing. This is what makes me think, okay, does he get out of the car? Does he get out of the car and walk? But then that doesn't explain these flights of stairs, but that's going to be a whole different conversation. So at 12:24, they're there at the house. Now, we know from 12:24 until 12:41. So it takes 7 minutes to drive from, well, it's kind of snowy out and she's been drinking. So we'll give her 7 to 10 minutes to drive from 34 Fairview to John's house on Meadows. So 7 to 10 minutes puts you at approximately 12:31 to 12:34, right? That she had to have left there. So it's like she waited outside for about 10 minutes before she left the area. So this is where my problem comes into if she hit him. Why is he just standing outside for 10 minutes? Why is he just standing out there? Oh, you guys can't even hardly see that. I should have just pulled it up on the actual PDF, but crackling going on. What if he slipped on the ice and hit a railing or a wooden step? Well, that's what I was thinking. Is like, what if he actually does slip and he hits, like one of the stairs? Nobody's proven shit. That's what makes it so frustrating. But like I said, we're 3 weeks in, and we need to hear from the digital people. We need to hear from the reconstruction people. You know, the accident, the cars people, the vehicle reconstruction, accident reconstruction. Disoriented, he was stumbling, could have occluded by the snow. Nothing makes sense. Nothing. I can't make sense of any of it because I don't. As much as I don't understand why they're all not being honest and why some of the stuff is being destroyed. Ultimately, I cannot fathom that they get him in the basement and then they carry him out later. They beat him up. I'm not sold on that. They let him in the house, and since he goes straight through the front door, everybody else is over here in the back. So some of them may not even know he's there. He goes down into the basement. There's an altercation of some sort. Yeah, I need some expert testimony. Like this, I'm done with the people in the house because this all could have something to do with Brian Albert may have done something completely different that he did not want people knowing about. I mean, it is possible. He was a cop for a long time. Some of the things that are happening we know are kind of shady. We've got weird crime scene processing going on with leaf blowers and solo cups and not marking off the crime scene, not securing the crime scene. There's a lot of weird stuff. Here's the other weird thing. This is when I go back to why I can't make up my mind. Because if you go with that she hit him and that she's telling people in the morning that she hit him, I hit him. Why doesn't anybody write that in their report? Why doesn't anybody arrest her? Why doesn't anybody take her to the station? Instead, the cops are like, Carrie, take her home. Take her home. And then they get a call from Karen's dad, like, no, bring her back. You need to end up bringing her back because she's threatening to hurt herself. They're not going to hold her. They don't write it in any report. Nobody tells the doctors or the nurses he was hit by a vehicle, or we believe he was hit by a vehicle because his significant other is saying she hit him. That doesn't make sense to me either. So we know there's some shoddy police work happening. I mean, no matter which theory you go with, we know there's shoddy police work happening. And the fact that the people who are not supposed to be investigating this case end up investigating the case. Link testifies. He talks to Berkowitz and they say, no, we're not going to be investigating the case. Or Gallagher, one of them. Berkowitz, I think it was. I don't know which one it was. It might have been Gallagher. But they say, no, we're not going to do it because of the appearance of bias. And then he says, no, we just weren't going to do any of the evidence stuff. We were going to give that all to the state. We just weren't going to do any investigative interviews. Well, then 10 minutes later, he leaves the house and goes over and does an investigative interview. Nothing makes sense. Well, because the state police said they weren't coming. They said, no, we're not. Michael Proctor says, no, we're not coming. I mean, literally, the scene is released at almost the exact same time that John is pronounced dead at the hospital. So, like, there's like that weird. What were they going to do? Say John didn't die. What were they going to do to investigate the case to figure out what happened to John if John didn't die? Say he ends up in a coma. No, if she did it, I don't want her to get away with it. I think but I think she's overcharged. Even if she did it, I think she's overcharged. I don't know how they're going to, well, once again, reconstructionists. So I'm like, I don't know. I keep saying I don't know because I really don't know. Like it's so frustrating to me because I cannot make sense of it. Don't yell at me. Don't yell at me. No, nobody's yelling at me. We're good. Snowplow driver who says it's his job to look very carefully for what he's doing did not see anybody laying in the yard. Right. And he would have had to have paid attention because he has to watch for the fire hydrants. So he would have had to have been looking to pay attention to what was here on the side of the road. Why is no one calling him Officer O'Keefe? Honestly, that's not a personal thing. He's absolutely an officer. It's just I just keep calling him by his name and trying to get. And most of the time in my notes, I just call him John. I don't even say anything about O'Keefe. That's just shorthand. But respectfully, he is Officer John O'Keefe. So she decides she's gonna leave, and then she's like, "Ah, no, I'll go back and wait another couple of minutes to figure out if he's gonna come out." So she just goes, not knowing that she's gonna end up hitting him, goes back and hits him. Doesn't know she's hitting him because then she parks back over here. So she hits him. There he is. She goes, parks back on the street, is back to like texting him, trying to figure out where the hell he's at. Where is he? Oh, not you during the trial. Yeah, I don't know. It is kind of weird. I mean, his body would have been right here. Fire hydrant, electrical box, weird thing that's already damaged. His body. Snowplow guy comes by, but he says that he sees a Ford Edge parked out front. Now, is the Ford Edge actually parked right here, or is the Ford Edge parked over here? Do I believe the electrical box was always messed up long before this? Well, we could take a look at it if you want to. Let's go look. I don't have a Karen Reed in Google Pro, but I can sure make one. And we can look at the street view. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Give me a second. Takes a minute to load. And come back and find you guys. Figure out what tab you're on. Okay, so let's do. We can just look at it. Well, this is my Delphi one, but we can just look at it from here. Because I'm not going to save it in here. I have a different one. The reason I use this one is because you can go back in time. So we'll just search. We'll just use this one instead of creating a whole new one right now. Okay. Let's go here. Let's just go a little bit down here. Not too far. Okay. Now let's go back in time and see. Why don't you want to go back in time? Oh, well, maybe it won't let me do it. Let's exit Street View. Hold on. Let's go back to 1021, 622. Let's go back to 1021, see if we can get anything there. It may not let me get into Street View. That's what I was worried about. And we won't be able to see it. Shoot. Okay, let's Google Earth and see what the date is on Google Earth. It won't let me Street View it, but what's the date on the Google Earth one? Let's see. Because it could be old also. Let me pull that up. Let's go. I'll keep looking here, see if we can see it. And I think there's just the trees are covering it way too much. This is 6 of 22. Everything's like cut back now. 10 of 21. Back in 2020, it was like like all the trees were huge. 2019 trees are huge, covering the street. Here's April. Yeah, I know we're not going to get a good shot of it. Let's look here. What are you doing down there, doggy? Let's go 34. Sorry, you guys, I'm just trying to figure this out real quick. Normally I'll have like a date. And it'll tell me this is April of 22. Dang it. So it's after the fact. The Google Earth one is April of 22. So that's not going to help either. It's post-incident. So that didn't help. But at least we know those trees were big then. Long before it. Yeah, he's over here. I know that, but I don't. I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, so here's another thought. We're just playing around with some thoughts. If we think that they pull up here, right? Pull up here, and she's like, wait, I'm going to pull forward because there's a truck behind us. So she pulls forward, and now we're up here, and he goes to get out of the car, but he's been drinking. Maybe he thinks that he still needs to go this way to the house, and he falls and hits something over here. Because these bushes just are not, to me, going to cause, they're not going to cause a head injury. Like the only things out here that could possibly cause a head injury that you can see, and this wasn't there, is the electrical box. That's the only thing with that straight, sharp edge. And even the fire hydrant's still rounded. It's not straight across. So he stumbles, falls over here into this electrical box, and is like, oh shit, I'm supposed to go this way. Crap, I have a head injury. Stop over here. I throw up on myself, and then I fall down. Was it Jen McCabe that did the internet search for how long does it take for a person? Yes, how's long to die in cold? So that's one of the main points of controversy is whether she actually made this search at 2:27 in the morning. We know she searches it twice in the 6:23, 6:24 time frame, a.m. But the Commonwealth is trying to tell us that her 2:27 search isn't accurate. It's the way that the data was pulled. So the Commonwealth pulled her phone data, Jen McCabe's phone data. This 2:27 search does not show up. Then the defense pulls her phone data with a more updated version of software, and this does pull up. So the Commonwealth is saying, well, it's only pulling up because it was already in a search window. That search window was already open, and she used the same spot, like the same location on her phone to search How's Long to Die in Cold. And so it ends up back in that 2:27 search. Well, this is weird to me because I don't know why the one she does at 6:23, I believe it is, and pull up the timeline again. The one she does at 6:23 is actually completely different, and the one she does at 6:24 matches the one she does at 2:27. So why don't they both show up in that same window? Why aren't they all showing up around this weird time? Why aren't both searches like that? So she closes this window and now gets a new search window 30 seconds later, but didn't do that from the 2:27 to the 6:23. That's one of the things that I need. I need these phone people to tell me, to explain to me, and then I got to figure out which one I believe. His wounds were from glass and taillights. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't see the injuries from a glass and a taillight. How does a broken glass cause scratches, a bunch of vertical scratches on the arm, unless he's like, the glass is broken on the ground and he's like trying to get up and his arm is like caught and it's continuously scratching. They're all the same direction. So you break the glass, it cuts you in a couple spots. How does it go up and down your whole arm? TDF, she says she searched for it. This is another point, is that she says she searched for it because when she was sitting in the car with Karen Reed asked her to search for it. Well, the defense with the dash cams of the police officers says, hey, no, that's not possible because here's your dash cams and Karen and Jen McCabe are never even sitting in a car together. Hi, Delana. It's good to see you. So then, and then the whole point is, why would Karen Reed ask her to do that? Because she's trying to figure out if he would be dead, like how long it would take him to die there. I don't know. And then she's got right around the same time as this 2:27 search, she's got some screenshots that she takes and she deletes them. We, the public, so far, don't know what those screenshots were of, what she did with them, who she sent them to, if anybody. The Cellbrite can tell searches opened and ones that hit more than once, also location hits and locations off. Right, so that's the one is saying that this is what the report showed. The other one is saying we used a newer software and it pulled all this other stuff too. But what would be her reason for pulling up so far past the flagpole, then backing up? I guess that's why prosecution is saying it's intentional. Do they have SUV data confirming the backup? Well, not that we've seen in trial yet. This is why I'm like, okay, get these ding people off the stand that are really just defending the Commonwealth against the third-party defense, instead of actually putting these people on the stand to prove Karen Reed did it. Like, I want to see. Let's see the SUV data. Let's see what it shows. Okay, and here's one. So here's another point of contention for me personally. Brian Albert is on the stand, and he's testifying to that he has terrible reception when he's in the house. Things don't always work, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't always connect, that he's got these reception issues in the house. But then they're using the same cell data to locate John's phone and where it was and what it was doing. outside of the Apple Watch stuff. Well, they don't have 4 weeks to go yet. The Commonwealth doesn't have 4 weeks because the defense is still going to put on their case. So they got to start getting these other people on the stand and get rid of the people in the damn house. The people in the house are doing nothing but contradicting each other. That cannot be beneficial. His arm was cut. If his arm was cut by glass, why wasn't his jacket cut up? Well, he doesn't have a jacket. He has like a long-sleeved hoodie shirt. Did you take the dog with you in the car? Oh, that they asked today? I bet that they know something and said it as a warning shot. Like, yeah, did you take the dog with you? So they beat him up in the house. They took him to the road, threw the glass on top of him. No, I don't think so. I don't think that's the right answer. And he couldn't have been unconscious and dragged out. To me, he's walking, and something had happened to him. Many of the people on the stand right now were not even contacted until approximately 18 months after. Yeah, 8 to 18 months later. None of that matters. There's the ghost of a wall file. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a wall file. If that wall file is stamped at 2:30, then the search happened at 2:30. That's what wall files do. Is there much of a grade to the driveway? No, not really. I can go down there. Hold on. Now that I'm already in here. It's not much. It's a little bit. We don't know. Nobody's testified to anything about the clothes besides the EMTs, firefighter, paramedics were talking about their normal protocol when it comes to the clothing. I just don't see how the one broken glass, how it's going to scratch up his whole arm. Hey, Georgia, as a new person to the case, I have no idea either way. Definitely a lot of doubt then either way. It is interesting to see people who don't know any of the history about the case, because I think that those people have the most insight into what the jurors are thinking. Where was his shoe found? I don't actually know the specifics, but I've heard a couple different spots. I've heard it was over here by the fire hydrant, but I don't know. Not one PD officer knocks on a homeowner's door when they're working on a man in their yard. Nope, and even they don't even bother to go get the solo cups from there. They go to get them from Mr. Blockout. I don't know. I mean, it's a little bit of a slope down here. It's a little bit of a slope up, but it's not huge. I don't think they've said anything about where the shoe was found in here in trial yet at all. The owl picked up the glass and went full prison shank on him. There's no report that says I did it, I hit him. No, well, the ones that they even said today, I don't know if you guys caught that, but they said today, Jen McCabe said, did I hit him? And then Lolly tries to go back and argue that point. Like them trying to say that what she said during this time versus what she said at that time. I thought he said the dog didn't sleep in its usual spot. It slept in the closet that night. That's why I didn't hear the commotion. Okay, that's just silly to me too. That, I mean, yeah, it's a pretty decent sized room, but this is a dog we're talking about. It's not like, I mean, the dog's not drunk and passed out. Like, let's be real. The dog's still going to hear stuff. Now, maybe they didn't hear it, but hold on. I think I grabbed that picture of their bedroom from these are all public photos, just FYI. These are not like weird people in their house kind of photos. These are all public photos of their bedroom. And so the closet and the bathroom are back here. And I could see why he said like she sleeps in the closet. They have a walk-in closet. I think I also have that if you guys want to see that, the floor plan of the house. just to kind of get an idea. Most people, well, I think probably have seen this already, but not everybody has. So, this is their bedroom right here. So you can see the closet. It's like a walk-in closet. A big ass dogs they might go in there. It's not like a little tiny hall closet the dog is like sleeping in. So there's the two front windows, and this is their bedroom. So this is it's not, that's why I said it's not small, but whether the dog is sleeping over here right by the window or the dog is sleeping over here by the closet, unless you've got the dog closed in the closet. Right. So that doesn't make sense. It's called supine, on his back. Yeah, he was found on his back. Are those boxing gloves near his bed right here? Those look like slippers. But they look like really big slippers, so I don't know. It's weird. Hey, Scott. KR wasn't driving when he was found, so how do they know who did what? You mean that morning? The bulkhead doors come straight out of the basement. Do I have the pics from the neighbor? No, but I know that I saw them. I could probably just go grab them really quick. They're kind of hard to see anything, though. Where did he put them? Okay, I just saw them today, so I know they're here somewhere. Hold on. Sleuthy, if you have them handy, if you want to just send them, that's fine. Otherwise, I can go through, because I know he posted them and I saw them. I just don't think I saved them. What time does Karen drop him off? Between 12:21 and 12:24 a.m. is when it shows that she was pulling up to the house. Defense even down to blaming the dog. I want to know how much her daddy is paying Ajax and the fly from Cali. Well, probably some good money. He's a pretty good attorney. I mean, no matter what you think, those two attorneys are, I mean, they're top-notch attorneys. Absolutely. Have a good night, y'all. Gotta go take a shower. Thank you, Eastwind Farms. I appreciate you, and thank you for your insights. Hey, Oz. Prosecution has a long way to go if they intend to prove Karen guilty. Right now, there's enough reasonable doubt to find. Yeah, if it ended right now, we'd be done. Nobody did anything, but we're not done yet. They're not done yet. Wonder if they interviewed that. I just feel like some of this is extremely repetitive and some of it's a waste. But I also think if they didn't put some of these people on the stand, then there might be questions on, well, why didn't so-and-so testify? Why do you have all these other people that were there, but they're not testifying? What are they hiding? So it's almost like, do you have to kind of do it? Oh, I do. I do. I do. Just so you know, chat, this is where the butt dial magic happens. Oh, God. What are you doing? Don't make us think of that. They're easy as shit to see. Oh, your DM. Okay. Well, I don't have Facebook up, so I'll pull it back up. I'll bring it back. Hi, Travis. So I know where I'm at. What day was today? We were on 10. We're doing 10 and 11, which I didn't even actually do any of the recap because we started going through different theories on what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. And we never made it. We haven't even made it past Brian Albert. But that's okay. Because this is what's like weighing on my mind more so than anything else. This is probably one of the more interesting shots. Now, let's get it up. So 32 Fairview, just for anybody, that's this house right here. So we have 34 and here's 32. So these photos were taken that morning from the residence in 32 Fairview. So you see, here's your ambulance, here's your cars, here's your cop cars, here's the white SUV of Carrie's. Now, and you can see the headlights from, what is that, Mulaney's car? Because he's one of the only ones that came from that direction. So you have Carrie's car, this would be Seraf's car, this would be Good's car, I believe, right here. Paramedics, and then they don't have anything from the backside. So here's your fire hydrant, just for some perspective. Here's your fire hydrant. Your electrical box is going to be right in here. And then you're talking like right over here. But I can't, I'm not 100%, I can't really tell. But remember, all the cops, Alley Cat, of course, you know I adore you. I don't know. Your opinion isn't going to, like, whether we agree or don't agree, I don't have any opinion, really. So I have more opinions on the testimony than anything, but I don't have an opinion on the outcome. But you know you're always welcome here, Alley Cat. I appreciate you very much, always. You chat with me no matter whether we agree on a case or not. Yeah, there's a bank here. You can kind of see that. But I can't, that's why I'm like, I think that he would be right over here from the way that they're, from just thinking about the dash cam photos. But remember they said that all the cops testified that they never saw any neighbors come out of the house? This one is a little bit different. This shows more behind, it's like over here, it's like behind this picture. So now you see the, I don't know what they refer to him as. We normally refer to him like as a battalion chief car, but that's not what he has a title. So, yeah, but he has his own car. And then you have the fire truck back here. I don't know if they would matter. They've already kind of gone over, I mean, besides the fact that they're saying that nobody came out of the house, but I mean, they didn't see it. They didn't see it. And until everything is put out at trial, then it's just each of our opinions, right? SG on duty. Well, it clearly woke up the neighbors, I think, is the most important thing. So it wakes up the neighbors who live next door, but it doesn't wake up the homeowners when the activity is actually happening in their front yard. Hey, Sarah, I'm so glad I found this channel. I have all the questions as you, the same questions as you. I do believe she hit him, but not intentionally. Shame there was such a bad police investigation. I think that's a very fair point, too, because if we know that they do such a shoddy job investigating, is it really surprising if she did hit him and there is taillight pieces that they don't find him? But why do the taillight pieces end up on top of the snow? I always have, this is how I run into these things. This is the same crap I do in Delphi when I'm like, okay, if I think this, but what about that? And if I think this, then what about that? There was an ambulance at my neighbor's at 5:30 the other morning. I saw the lights in the daylight through semi-closed blinds simply walking downstairs. They saw everything. Now, I am a very sound sleeper, so we know that they did not, they testified, the paramedics and fire department testified that they did not come in with sound, like with sirens, they just came in with lights. So maybe, say it's not, there's no sound, say it is just the lights. Now, you know, they had blackout curtains. I have no idea what the heck they have in the room. It didn't look like they were blackout curtains to me, but I'm wondering, like, if I would have woke up to it or not without the sounds. If her charges were less, no intent, I think she could be found guilty. Well, she has 3 different charges, and they don't think they don't all have to go together. They don't have to find her guilty on all of them. They could just say she's not. Didn't they say in the 911 call that they flipped him over? So Karen, I can't hear anything in that damn 911 call they played in court. I cannot make anything out. I think the one that was caught on John O'Keefe's voicemail was actually better, but it's still hard to tell. You'd think so. Like, hey, FYI, we're kind of at your house. Do you know what's going on with this guy out front? I think they felt like they didn't need to because they had these 3 women out there who knew who he was. But the other issue is you have these Canton cops who know that's Brian Albert's home. They all grew up together, so they know that Jen McCabe, who's standing out here, is related to the people in the house. Wonder if there are any security cameras on any of the homes. Well, there is security cameras on one of the homes, but the footage is gone or wasn't working at the time. And then Brian Albert, the homeowner, says that he got some type of Nest camera for Christmas, but he hadn't installed it yet. Same kind of thing, he was getting, his birthday was September 4th, so he got his new phone the 22nd. Did anyone hear her dad talk about saying she hit something? No, I haven't heard that. Lots of peeps there. Well, I don't think they have a lot of action like this in Canton. All right, let's see. Those fire rigs have loudspeakers, and there's a lot of radio talk that you can hear away from those units typically. That's a good point, Travis. And Princess Buttercup, they are just loud in general. They wouldn't even need the sirens to be loud. That's true. I can tell that there's a fire truck rolling down. I know. Yeah, you're right. It makes sense for him to get a Nest camera since his kids never even left. If it was closed off today, we'd be done. I don't think anybody could find her guilty on what information was actually brought in front of a jury today. I agree. But they've wasted a lot of time on not going over the actual evidence against her. Like I said, I think right now they're in defense mode and they're defending themselves against third-party guilt. That's where we're at. All right, let me go through this real quick. We'll just see if there's anything in here instead of reading through all of them. I typically try to read through all of them because I know that not everybody's watching the trial, and it's a good recap for people who aren't watching it. So how many times you testified for 30 years? Testified about 100. Understands what perjury is. Last time you talked to Lolly. This was another screw up. Before the grand jury, they had a conference call in April of 2022. Remember, this is Cross by Alan Jackson. So they talk about during this prep, they talked about this waterfall video, and then Alan Jackson's like, I thought you just said you hadn't spoken to him since before the grand jury conference call. And he's like, oh yeah, except for this prep. Well, you said speak to, and and you didn't say the word prep, so I didn't know what you were talking about. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. So Jackson's like, well, what's the difference? It was very contentious. Like there's some witnesses that I'm like, it's okay if you don't go back and watch. And then there's some like that's really important, I think, that you do to get the whole gist of what's said. And I would say Brian Alberts is definitely one that you should go and watch, so you get the feel for it. Stands by his grand jury statements that he did not discuss his testimony with his wife, and he has not watched any of the proceedings. Says he met Higgins about 15 years ago, rode home with him on the 28th from the funeral in New York. They stopped at the hillside. He said Higgins has never talked to him about Karen Reed, never talked to him about their text, never talked about flirting or anything. This was the first instance, to my memory, that I think in front of the jury, the defense was able to get in that there was something going on with Higgins and Karen, no matter like whether it was something serious or not, that there was these text messages and flirting. I think if I remember right, Lolly said something in opening statements, but I don't think he said who. So I think this is the first time it's actually tied to Lone Pony. I'm right there with you. And then I take my own notes. It's so funny. I did not hear any sirens on the 911 call. I don't think Sunshine and Roses. Let's see, where are we at? Only met John a couple of times. He knew of his story. When I write this, it's typically that they knew of the story of how John's sister passed away and John took her kids in. It seems like people talked a lot about that. I think that's quite interesting. But he wouldn't say they were good friends. Now, June 2023, so May, June, July of 2023 is the federal grand jury. The defense is not allowed to talk about the FBI investigation or this federal grand jury. So they have to kind of come up with ways around it. So they said the June 2023 that he testified in the non-Commonwealth hearing. Like, there was no defense attorneys there. We weren't there. Lolly wasn't there. Trying to put it all out there as best as possible that there's this other thing happening about this case that these attorneys aren't a part of, but they can't actually say what it is. In my opinion, I said this earlier in the live, I think they should have just let him say federal grand jury. I don't know how many people on the jury would even understand the difference. They're not like in true crime. Would they even know what that means? Versus now, like using these play on words that I think probably piques more people's interest of like, what is that? Why are they saying that? Should have just been like, refer to it as a federal grand jury and leave it at that. Did not know Karen Reed. April of 2022, had never met her or seen her, maybe once, but he never talked to her. So in April of 2022 was the regular grand jury testimony for her indictment. So he said in that original grand jury where she's indicted, he says he never met her or seen her, maybe once, but I've never talked to her. So Jackson comes back with, well, okay, 6 days prior to this incident, you were at the hillside, and John and Karen were there. Tim Dealey, Jen and Matt, Chris and Julie, and then he shows the photo, but Brian can't remember who actually took the photo. This is that photo. I'll show it to you guys real quick. This is the photo of Chris Albert, Brian Albert, John O'Keefe, and Tim Dealey. And he's the one that I think Jen McCabe was calling the next day. Yeah, he's like, I've never talked to her. I've never met her. Well, maybe I saw her once. Maybe I did have somewhat of a conversation. Oh, wait, now show me a video of how I talked to her at the waterfall. And then I'll tell you, I don't think I was actually talking to her. This is the kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, she was standing there. I said something to her. I couldn't even tell you what I said. It was so irrelevant. Those are the things that I don't know why they don't just say what happened. It's weirder to try to skirt around the whole thing, in my opinion. June 2023 was that non-Commonwealth hearing. That's the federal grand jury. No impression. Didn't really talk to her. Did you talk to Karen at the waterfall? No. Shows video of what appears to be Ryan talking to Karen at the waterfall. Said, did John come into your house? No, but I wish he had. And then Jackson, being spicy, says, memory's probably the same as when you said you never knew or spoke to Karen Reed. So he's essentially saying you couldn't remember talking to her at the hillside, being around her, meeting her. So, yeah, your memory can't be trusted. So you saying that John never came into your house, we really can't count on that because, and then of course it gets objected, but it's still out there. Jury still heard it. Said he did not have a ton of interaction with John and Karen at the waterfall, but he did not see any fighting and nobody appeared to be intoxicated. He had his first drink at the hillside. He drank all night, thought he was okay to drive, drove his Ford Edge with his wife and daughter, went home with him. He waited for Higgins to move his vehicle. Higgins was driving a white Jeep Wrangler with a plow, doesn't know where Higgins parked. He got home around 12:10. Brian Jr. was there, Colin was there, Sarah and Julie were there. At that time, Colin was about 5'11", 175 pounds, a big guy, athletic, and played football. He says he went to the restroom when he got home, and Colin was gone when he came back downstairs. Now, the next morning, he says Link is, coming in and talking to them, and he says he's known Link for years. When asked if he thinks it was a conflict that Link was actually investigating this case, he says no. Now, this could go two ways. He says no because, yeah, he thinks it's okay that you investigate cases where other people that you know are involved. This also could go to, we didn't have anything to do with anything. We never even saw John. So, yeah, I thought, why would this be a conflict if he's investigating some dead guy on my lawn? Because we don't have anything to do with anything. So I don't see a conflict with it. Now, maybe that's it. I don't know. But as a cop of 30 years, he kind of knows you can't go investigating cases where people you know are involved. He doesn't remember where Higgins parked. So nobody seems to remember where Higgins parked. That's the other testimony I can't wait to hear is Higgins. Fill me in on who Colin is. Was it his birthday? No, it's Brian Jr. So this is Brian. Brian Jr. testifies next. It's Brian Jr.'s birthday. Colin is Brian Jr.'s cousin. It's Brian Albert Sr.'s brother's son who had come by to wish him a happy birthday. So he doesn't see a conflict, but he doesn't tell Lank about Colin being there. And he also tells Lank that Caitlin left at 12:15 a.m. Brian Albert says he did not say that. So Lank had to have gotten it wrong. Now, Nicole also, Brian's wife, Nicole, also testified that Lank had to have gotten the time wrong. So that's interesting to me. Well, the defense is kind of pushing, you purposely left out Colin and Caitlin so they wouldn't be, like, nobody would talk to them. You didn't want them involved in this. And he's like, no, like, none of it was intentional. That he got that wrong. She's the last one to leave, you know, like, and Colin didn't even think about talking about him because he wasn't there when we were all there. He was leaving when I got there. So he's like, I didn't talk about Colin because it wasn't really relevant. He goes to this Michael Proctor does this interview at Jen McCabe's house. He doesn't tell Proctor about Colin either. He says, well, he didn't tell about Brian Jr.'s other friends that had left before they got home, like the other girls that were there's like 4 other girls that were there, and he doesn't tell about them either. He said he doesn't think that that Lank was actually interviewing. It was more of just a conversation. They were all kind of sitting around in the same room. Nobody can really agree on where in the house these conversations took place, though. They asked about, like, did you purposely leave them out? He says no. Not asked by police to be at Jen's house during the Proctor interview. He wasn't there as in any type of official capacity. There was no reason for him to be there at Jen's house when Jen was being interviewed by Proctor. Now, he's asked if Higgins was in the basement. He says not that he knows of. I thought that was interesting too. Like, why doesn't he say no? But he kind of leaves it open, like maybe he was, and I just didn't know it. But he says not that he knows of. That they did go upstairs, but Higgins never upstairs, and he says yes, he was. But Higgins has said in his proffer that he never went upstairs. So that's also an interesting thing. He says they went upstairs to go look at his son's Marine photos because he was a Marine and Higgins was a Marine. Criminelli, what do you think about them saying it looked like dog bites on him? Sorry if you already discussed your thoughts on this. I've listened to a couple different people who have extreme differences of expert opinions, and I don't know. I think it potentially could be a dog bite. I wish that there had been some type of swabs and something taken from John's arm to be able to show it. I think it's weird that they wouldn't tell the defense where they're legally not required to, I guess, but I think it was still weird. Why wouldn't they just tell the defense where the dog went, who they gave the dog to? They like tried to hide the dog, and that becomes more weird. But then she says she did tell Lolly, so is Lolly hiding the dog? I don't know. It's more of the lack of transparency that makes you go, why are you doing such weird shit? If you didn't do anything wrong, just tell the damn truth about what happened. Just tell them. I don't know, fighting the semantics on words is kind of a struggle for me when it's like, you're being blamed for a conspiracy to commit murder. Like, I get that pisses you off if you didn't do it. I get that. But just tell the damn truth and stop playing around with your words. Just go in there and be like, no, I never saw him that night. Yes, I had seen him a couple times before. Yes, I had met his girl, but we never really interacted too much. I may have talked to her once or twice. It's just so frustrating when they're purposely fighting against their own truth. Now, we haven't talked about Tristan yet, but oh yeah, I could have picked her up at 9. I have no idea. I'm not going to tell you a time because I don't know. Well, you damn well know you didn't pick her up at 9. somewhere around 2. I can't be specific because I don't really remember and I wasn't paying attention. I'm not good with time, but it was somewhere around 2. What's the big deal? Nope. Could have been at 9 a.m., could have been at 5 a.m., could have been at 9 p.m. That's irritating. Let's see. He said, this is when he's talking about the dog, and he says Chloe, but he doesn't refer to her as Chloe. He says it. It barked when it realized people were downstairs. He testified under oath about the barking. He let it go to the bathroom. It, again, not good with strangers. He had originally said it wasn't good with strangers, but now he's actually saying that he doesn't think strangers are good with the dog. This is the change in testimony, which we get to on redirect. But he's like, Chloe's fine with strangers. It's just like, some people don't like big dogs, so strangers aren't good with Chloe. It's like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. But maybe, I don't know. I've never come across that. Some people aren't. It's so weird. He said the dog was in the bedroom. Oh, I showed you where his bedroom was. Yeah, sometimes she's on a mat. Sometimes she sleeps by the closet. At 6:03, he was sleeping. He did not take any sleep aids. Nicole was there too. He was not aware of anything happening outside. He did not hear a woman screaming. His wife, he, and the dog slept through all of it. Dog never barked. Nothing. Hi, Nancy. Robin says, well, maybe they were in the basement and then went upstairs into the family room. Hold on. I'm really hoping that my husband took out meat for dinner. I don't know why that just popped into my head. I'm texting him. He's in the other room. I'm just going to text him, though. So they talk about the staircase and how it turns going from it's technically the main floor, but they sometimes refer to it as the first floor, which is weird because there's like the whole basement thing. But from the first floor, it goes down into the basement, and they talk about like how the stairs are, and the way that they turn, you wouldn't necessarily carry something heavy to take it outside. You wouldn't go up those stairs because it would be kind of complicated. So this brings us to the other staircase that leads to the bulkhead doors that lead straight to the backyard that are off the kitchen. And so that way, if you go out the bulkhead doors, did I save that photo? Let me see. Hold on. So you would take them out this bulkhead door, and then here, let me see if we can zoom in on it. You'd carry him around to this gate. So here is the back of the house. Don't be a pain in the ass. So here's your bay windows that are in the back of your house by your kitchen, right? And he says like the bulkhead doors open up right around here, and then there's the gate that goes out front. So the theory is that they come out this basement door and they take him around and take him out this gate on the side to the front, and then that gate, and they give it. Alan Jackson plays a video kind of showing like going up the stairs and then walking around and going out this gate to where John would be found. So that's what you see kind of here. Gives a little perspective. Okay, he did take out the meat, everybody, in case you guys were worried about what I was going to end up doing for dinner. The meat has been thawed. So they talk about there's the video, talk about the parents' house. The parents built the house, his parents, Brian Albert's parents, built the house in the 70s. It was their family home from when he was a child. In November 2022 was the first time that they had listed the home for sale. Was that just a coincidence? He says no. They'd contacted the realtor in 2021. It wasn't a coincidence. This comes back up again. He's a sergeant detective. He was a sergeant detective in 2022. He's now retired. He's done fugitive investigations, trainings, not on homicide, only fugitive. But Jackson's like, well, you were trained in like what to do to catch these fugitives, like and how criminals try to cover up their crimes and what they would do to their own electronic data to get rid of it, and how to clean up crime scenes, like what these fugitives and these bad guys that you're chasing, you've learned what they would all do as the criminal. He starts to talk about being like the cat and mouse, like Brian's the cat and the criminals are the mouse. So you learn what the mouse is doing in order to catch them. Well, now he's trying to imply, well, Brian Albert, in this case, would be the mouse. So now he already knows all the things that mice do, and that's what he's doing. I'm sorry, Anonymous. Did I miss your question? But Sleuthy got you. Talk about it. So now we go into the phone data. They end up taking the jury out. So there's a voir dire, depending on how you say it, by Jackson. Some of this stuff we end up talking about again. So I'm just going to do it one time and I won't repeat it, because once the jury comes back in, he is essentially allowed to ask the majority of questions he asked when the jury was out. So it does end up in front of the jury. So what's it heard in front of the jury is September 23rd, there was a preservation order issued by a judge that said that these certain people needed to preserve the data on their phones. He had his birthday on September 4th, so September 22nd, he went and got a phone upgrade. September 23rd was the preservation order. He didn't know about a preservation order yet. Doesn't really seem to understand how a factory reset is different than what your backup on your iCloud would be. Hey, Sleuthy's here. Hey.
I finally got home and got him in the bath. Do you know he's watching Shrek for the first time ever? I've been begging him to watch it. Now I'm like, dude, you'll love it. And he's always like, no, no, no. Today it showed up as like the mystery show on Netflix, which he never ever
Like,
picks.
okay, fine,
like
I'll do it.
He's always got to see what the mystery show is, but he never wants to watch it. But today he did. And now he's been in there for like 30 minutes now.
Hey, he's actually liking it.
Yeah.
So Lisa Lee said, my brother-in-law won't let me show pictures of his arm when the cops let the dog on him, but it is identical to John's arms minus all the tattoos. That's interesting. Sleuthy's here classing up the joint. Oh, yeah.
If you haven't seen Melanie Little, she had that guy. I can never remember his name, but he's like some kind of police dog,
the dog guy.
Professional.
Yeah, it's a good video.
It was so good. Like, I recommend that to everybody. He was so good.
That is a good video. So we're just going over Brian. We're almost done with Brian Alberts, I think. We're almost done with it anyway. But he doesn't know the difference between like factory resetting and not factory resetting. He says he wasn't really aware that there was this preservation order on the 23rd. He remembers at some point he was on this conference call with Lolly and a couple other people, and they told him about it. Well, now that happens during this voir dire, but when they get back and the jury's back in, Jackson, and I'm assuming Lolly and Brian Albert's attorney, do come up with a stipulation to be read, stating that there is this order, September 23rd preservation order, and he reads it in, and now Brian Albert's like, well, yeah, but I did it the 22nd, so I didn't know anything about it. So it's very, very different than what he was saying when his attorney and the Commonwealth hadn't stipulated to, hey, we know you got this letter on the 23rd, 24th. You might as well just cop up to it. So they stipulate to it instead of arguing about it in front of the jury. But I thought that was interesting.
If he really did get rid of it on the 22nd, I think that looks worse in the sense that, you know, the what's he called? The victim advocate, the guy, remember they were like arguing about whether they could bring that guy and the and Morrissey, whether they could call them.
Yeah.
So the point in calling both of them was for this reason. Like, well, there was obviously a little more for Morrissey, but that was in regards to the phone.
Right.
Because they said that also the victim advocate like basically said it was okay for them to destroy the phone. So I'm thinking that what happened was, if it really was on the 22nd, I think that the advocate and possibly the district attorney, but at least the advocate knew that that had gone through and told him before the order was signed. And then he got rid of it.
Right, but still, that's why I'm like, is there something else that he doesn't want people to know about? Which is very possible. And it's like, well, I don't want people seeing any of this stuff on my phone, so I need to do something with it. You know what I mean? I don't know. Or does it have to do with this? Like I said, if you look at the totality of the weird shit that Brian Albert gets rid of, having to do with what would absolutely defend him, and he knows would defend him, yet he's still getting rid of it instead of saying, take my fucking phone and look and see whatever you want to see. You know, I don't know.
Do you know how many photos they collect every day of people that have the most disturbing, most embarrassing stuff on? Like, nobody cares. You know what I mean?
Not if there's something on here. If you did do something shady with another investigation or something like that. And I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm just putting it out there. Like, there's possibilities of other stuff that's on there that he's like, people can't see this. Not like porno kind of stuff. I'm talking about like that maybe he did do something wrong. Maybe it has nothing to do with this case. And like I said, don't take that and say that I mean that he absolutely did, because I don't mean that, Chad. I'm just saying there's other possibilities.
If that were the case, then like you totally fucked yourself in this murder case. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, that's shitty. I do find, and I believe I've said this before, like in terms of missing people, that like it seems that in an effort to not look a certain way or to hide something else, people put forward behavior that really does make them look suspicious about whatever it is we're talking about right in this moment. So you're right, like it could be something entirely unrelated. But then you have like Higgins too, who had his friend pull, you know what I mean? And it's because like, and then you're only turning over what you want to, and it's not, and we'll get there, but I personally, I think that Higgins is, I said it earlier, I think Higgins is going to rock everybody.
Well, so it's funny because I was listening to Vinnie Politan doing a recap of, I don't remember which day it was, and somebody in his chat was like, but what about Higgins' proffer of this, that, and the other? And he's like, I don't think Higgins has a proffer. Like, that would be really weird if he doesn't actually have anything that he's done wrong. Why would he have a proffer? And then, like, it was probably 2 days later, he had a couple guests on that were talking about it, and you could tell in his face, he was like, shit, he really does have one.
Yeah. And like, now you've already admitted that that's really suspicious. Somebody said, I don't know that, I don't think it was confirmed, but somebody said he doesn't work for, like, that he's like what did I read? Like a security guard or something now.
Higgins?
Did you see that? Yeah.
No.
Oh. Yeah,
I have not seen that.
I am patiently waiting for his testament. Like I feel like I've been fairly for me. I've been, for myself, the kind of person I am, I feel like I've been very patient. I'm ready to get to Jen McCabe. Yep. I really don't care about
Brian
Matt.
Higgins.
The only thing I want to know from Matt is how he backed out of that driveway and didn't see. Like, my whole question, I don't know how the defense has not brought this up. And somebody literally went and did this. I've shared it every time I've seen it on my Twitter. The person like pulled into the driveway and then backed out like on a curve to be able to turn the car so that they would head that way towards Chapman, which is exactly how Tristan left. It's exactly how Jen McCabe left. I need to know how, when they backed out of the driveway, they cut their wheels. Once they were all the way out into the street, literally their car, the headlights would be pointing directly at John's body. And they would have that minute from reverse to drive, like when they're shifting the gear, to be paused that way. And then you start going forward. I just don't, in no world do I see anybody having missed that. Even if there was no snow on the ground. Unless they were blasted.
He did not notice that there's something, especially the driver who should be paying attention to all the things around them and doesn't see it. He's not the intoxicated one that's jibber jabbering with the other girls, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
That's true. But I want to bring this up, though, because Sunshine and Roses, you're absolutely right. He doesn't just upgrade his phone. He changes his phone number and his phone carrier. He completely gets rid of the old phone. It's gone. And then remember, the reports end up updating with his new phone number, and nobody testified anything about that. But it's kind of like the photo on Good's report, how it just changed based on the update. I don't know. They might want to look in their software.
Well, also, and people were saying about iCloud or whatever. I just want to say that's if you have backup turned on, and you can go in and pick which thing. Like, I can go through my settings and pick which things I want backed up to iCloud. So if I don't want if I'm like, okay, if my phone breaks tomorrow and I log back into my Apple ID, what do I absolutely need? I obviously need my contacts, and I don't want to lose my pictures. But I don't give a damn if I lose my text messages or my phone calls or my web searches or my emails. Like, I can get my emails on my computer. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care about certain things.
Right.
So you would toggle those off. So even if they were to get some stuff back now, unless even if they collected the phone, right? So they could have gone to Best Buy or whatever and collected the phone and tried to do an extraction from it, but it's literally been wiped. It doesn't have an owner anymore.
So Sadie says she just tagged you in a video. Go check it out and see.
Yeah,
see what you think of that. You didn't have to leave. She's like, fine, I'll go check it right now. I'm out. Okay, so we'll go through this. She has the link. She'll pop back up whenever she can. Higgins and him did not plan on getting rid of their phones. So they're already putting in that Higgins also got rid of his phone via the conversation that the Bryans had, that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. He recalls that he said something about personal info, but no idea what Higgins was going to do about getting rid of his phones. He says, I know there was some conversations about phones, sir, in the June 2023 hearing. He doesn't remember those conversations. He testified in June, though, that there were conversations about the phones. Once again, just doesn't remember them. This is when Jackson just is like, all right, let's just move on to another topic. Like, he is so frustrated about this back and forth about these phones, and him now saying he doesn't remember the exact same conversations that he had already testified to in June of 2023. There's a lot of I don't remember, I don't recalls. I didn't mean you had to leave, Sleuthy. Are you checking the video? Okay. I'll keep. Oh, she left again. So Proctor was in his house on the 29th or 30th. Jackson's like, wait a minute. What are you talking about? Like, wait, Proctor was in your house on the 29th or 30th? And he's like, his report shows that he was there on February 3rd. And Albert's like, Brian Albert's like, I thought it was sooner than that, but, maybe it was the 3rd. And then they start talking about the first 48 hours of an investigation are the most important. And you know that, right? And he's like, not in that context. He's like, that was so dumb. And he's like, have you ever watched 48 Hours, like the TV show? There's a bunch of objections. There's a lot of objections when the Alberts are on the stand. He was in the Marines for 4 years. He had hand-to-hand combat training. When he's asked about it for the police department, he says, nope, it wasn't hand-to-hand. So then they have to play this back and forth game again before they get to the academy taught him defensive tactics versus hand-to-hand. He's independently trained in boxing. He was featured on his boxing was featured on his TV show. He says, no, it wasn't. It was just him training, not actually sparring. Because, once again, the semantics of certain things. They play the waterfall video. What?
Oh, you can hear me? What the fuck?
I can hear you now. You keep coming and going.
That was ridiculous. You have no idea. Literally everything stopped. Then I joined again. Nothing happened. Then I joined again. You couldn't hear me. I couldn't hear you. Now did I lose you again?
Nope, I'm here. I'm just muted this time.
Oh my God.
Grin for me. What's up? Gretel says you went to Walmart again. Every time she goes to Walmart, she just bounces. She's like, I'm at Walmart. See ya.
I disconnected from the Wi-Fi.
I thought of you, Grin for me, earlier when I was watching Bob, and he went off camera to eat his lunch and then came back and said he had listened the whole time, but actually we figured out that he never did. But he was eating lunch, and I was like, oh, Grin for Me would be happy that we fed Bob. Oh, woke up in the middle of the night to a bad dream last night. Looked up into the sky and saw an illuminated goose in the sky. Slept great after that. That's the goose signal. Okay, so you sent me this video. Let me play it real quick, and I got to figure out where the hell it went.
I did that. It was well, I put it in the chat here. It's the exact video that I said that I share like every time I come across it. Explain to me how this is how everyone would have pulled out of that driveway.
Okay,
Bam.
let's see. Okay, in the driveway. And headlights. Right there. He'd be right here.
Literally. So explain to me how anybody backed out of that driveway and did not see him, even if there was no snow on the ground.
That's kind of crazy.
Because now you got to put your car, now, even if you look down to put your car like in drive, if you don't know like what you're doing. So say you look down to put it in drive. When you look up, like you look up and then you cut your wheel the other way to pull off. There's no way you're not seeing that.
No, see, he's right here.
It's not even that
he's
far
right
away.
Here.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's a good video.
It's an excellent video.
Yeah, look at that.
And he or she, I don't know who did it, but I'm grateful that they did. You know, they're pulling away. You can still look. I mean, you can still see it. There's just like, if you're driving, are you that oblivious? Like, what are you looking at? Are you only looking at the yellow lines? I don't understand.
I can see like backing up that you're looking like out, like you're either looking in your backup camera or you're looking out the back to make sure you're backing out. But once you make that turn to go forward,
correct.
That's where I'm at. How do you not see that? Because now you're going forward, you're looking forward.
Exactly.
So I'm trying to think, is there any type of little like ditchy anything here that would kind of cover him? No, there isn't.
No.
There just
I wish
isn't.
Defense like had this video and like showed it and was like, is this how you pulled out of the driveway and left? Now please explain to me how you didn't see him.
That's so crazy.
And like, if you were that blitzed that you couldn't see that or that far away, then you'd have to admit that you were driving that blitzed. And apparently Matt McCabe was like the only one that wasn't drunk, right?
Right.
So.
What if they fucked him up in the basement and left him there until everybody left to drive? I think that's part of what they're going with. And then the whole, Julie Nagel today.
Did you?
I don't know about her.
Did you notice when they showed that super zoomed in picture of the doorknob?
Yeah.
Did that not?
What do you think of that?
Suspicious? I thought it was weird. I was like, "Oh, what are they about? Why do they need a picture of that doorknob?"
I was thinking, like, are they trying to show that, like that he would have hit his head on that? But I'm like, that doesn't really match up with the wound either.
I really think that they threw out like various testimony. They drop little, like you called that other thing. I forget what it was. Maybe when he said, "Did you take Chloe home?" or whatever. Like, I think they drop little warnings. Like, I really do. I think they drop little warnings that's going to pop back up later. Just like when Jackson was mentioning the whole, is this what it looks like when you're doing chest compressions? And I was like, why did he ask that? And then like a couple minutes later, he's saying, do you see that person in the video making that exact same movement that I showed you? Now that we've established that that's what it looks like, you know what I mean? I think they set stuff up many, many, many steps ahead to where you don't even know that's like where they're going. And then it'll make sense once you hear it. And I don't
Well,
know, that doorknob was
we
interesting.
know that Yannetti likes to ask every female witness. He asks every female witness that he's cross-examining if they've been in a hot tub with this person.
He's going to do
If they
that
go on
every
road
time.
trips with this person, like, does that qualify? Like, oh, you're friends with them. Have you ever been in a hot tub with them?
I
And
swear to God, like
the
closing.
people in the theater are like, what are you even doing? They're like, no, what?
The closing's going to be like, here we are 8 weeks later, and we still don't know what the Alberts consider friends and what they consider acquaintances.
So bad. So bad. I'm like, it's just so funny to see the witness's expression because they're like, we don't know what you're talking about. But he makes sure that he gets in all the time.
He will.
All right, let me see what else I have here. So it's February 3rd. I have a reading. Okay, so now he's talking about that he sleeps with his phone and his reading glasses in bed with him. And I thought, okay, do you think that that's true? I don't know many
What?
people that sleep with their phone.
Oh, I sleep with my phone. Are you nuts?
You don't plug your phone in next to your bed?
I do, but I still keep it in my bed. Clearly, I'm not afraid of fires.
You sleep with your
I
phone
sleep
like
with it
on the
in my
charger
bed.
then.
Yes. Because
What about
and my
glasses?
child is
You sleep with your reading
my
glasses in your
child is
bed?
no, not my glasses, no. But I keep my glasses, like, I think he was referring to reading glasses. So it
Yes,
might
he says his reading glasses.
be different. Like if I yeah, so like I can read. I actually can't read with my glasses on because the prescription's so high that it makes it blurry, and I won't grow up and get a pair of uh not bifocal progressives because I'm really not that old. So I have to take them off to read, but I can't get out of my bed even to go pee, like, without putting my glasses back on because I can't see anything. So if
You're gonna be stumbling around. You better be careful.
here
You're
soon,
gonna
I'm
put
gonna
you
be
out in
my
the
mom.
snow.
Like I have prescription driving glasses. So like my Oakleys are prescription, but they're polarized. So like that's what I wear in the sun. And then I got my other ones that I wear all the time that I need for literally anything that's like beyond 3 feet from me, maybe 2 feet. But I won't do anything. I won't change them to be able to read with them on. So I pick them up. But
Interesting. So I don't even sleep with my phone in my room. My phone is plugged in my family room and not even in my room unless my husband's out of town for work and then I have to have the alarm clock. Other than that,
yeah,
I don't. My phone doesn't even go to my bedroom with me.
my mom, now that we're not living with her, she does like leave it in the kitchen, like on the counter, and it in the pad charges there.
Who do you think
I don't know, but
yeah,
yeah.
it's
Um,
not over.
well, you better go get it.
But he is like. But then the people in the movie, then there's one person in the movie.
Shrek.
No,
Oh, who?
like there's a person that speak to Shrek. They're like witches, and then they took them to some.
Witches? I don't know. I haven't seen the
Yeah.
new one.
And then they're like somebody talking to Shrek, and they said that Shrek's family doesn't even exist.
Oh, of course they did.
That's so sad.
So who do you think will win?
This one. But
Bully,
she
bully
when we now that we no longer live with her, she will put it there. But like back when we were still living in her house, she would keep the phone. She had like a cubby in the wall. It was like in the wall above her bed instead of side tables, and she would put the phone up there with the ringer on. And like my kid obviously is not going anywhere without me. He's only 6, but I keep it with me in case. Like my family has had way too many things bad happen in the middle of the night that like it's a habit. So like don't ever contact me in the middle of the night because I will immediately think it's an emergency, and if it's not, I will freak out.
Yeah, I used to sleep with my phone in my room, but it would be plugged in on my nightstand. It wasn't in my bed with me. Not to say that I've never fallen asleep with my phone next to me, because even if I fall asleep on the couch, like my phone is there, so I get it. But like for that to be a habit, I don't know. I thought that was kind of weird, but I mean, apparently a lot of people in chat are in agreement that it's not
Dude, the
abnormal.
glasses, like that is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Like that makes absolutely no
I
sense.
have fallen
Who's
asleep
sleeping
with
with
glasses on,
No. Well, yeah,
and it's
but not
mostly
in your bed.
because what? No, I've fallen asleep in all kinds of places with my glasses on, because if I don't have my contacts in, I have to wear glasses, so I can't like watch TV or anything without them. So if I do happen to fall asleep,
Yeah.
I have fallen asleep with my glasses on, but it's also I don't wear them a ton, so it's not habit to like take them off or have a spot for them, because I typically just have my contacts in. So Inspector Gadget said, "How about when the defense attorney kept saying, 'of course'?" Oh, that was today. And he's like, "Of course, of
That was
course." And
hilarious.
Bev's like,
Dude, you
all
know
right,
what though?
that's enough
Auntie
to be, of
Bev,
course. And then he tells Bev, of course.
yeah, Auntie Bev needs to like get it together. Like if she's gonna say like the only equal that she's done was tell Lally that we don't give a damn about which door people came in and out of anymore. I wish she'd tell them the same about the snow. We get it. But that like telling it and then striking it from the record, like you can't say of course, like it's clearly Yannetti's what if any, or sort of, that Lally does.
Right.
So like I'm thinking it's a habit. So to say something so petty like stop saying of course is like take a nap, Bev, or eat something.
Well, I think that
needs a
she doesn't want the
Snickers back
record. She doesn't want the transcript and the record to be filled with, of course.
Well,
So I mean, I get it. And she laughed. She did laugh when he said, of course, to her, because it was obviously a habit. And then he says it again later. She strikes it from the record. He says it one more time way later on, and he apologizes and has it stricken from. He's like, just take it off. I take it back. So it's, but like that's like the people testifying. Like this Brian Albert, he constantly goes, yes, yes,
you
yes,
are. Listen,
yes.
Cajun Mama, you are weird. If you sleep with your glasses in your bed, how do you not roll over and break your glasses? My glasses cost too much for me to risk having them in my bed.
Yeah, but I wouldn't do it on purpose. It would just be because I'm in there. You got the what if any. She has found the what if any, the new emoji.
Oh, is there one?
Like,
I didn't even see.
Yeah, there's a new emojis for what if any for Lolly. So anytime he says what if any or what if anything. Yeah, I know. I need that in my life. Okay, so they get into this phone call about these butt dials. And he's not even saying it's a butt dial. He's saying like it could be like a rollover, or he doesn't really know what it is.
Oh,
the problem is that the reports show that these calls are answered. So he calls Higgins, and Higgins calls him, and the phone is answered.
Yeah.
I don't know how intoxicated these people were, because maybe that's a problem with some of the memory that they have. Or does because let's say he just goes to like ignore it, but then accidentally answers it, and he's like, shit, I don't want to talk. He just hangs it up real quick. That could be it. There's no voicemails being left. But here's the thing: is I don't typically leave a voicemail. So when they were talking about that, I was like, if I called and somebody didn't answer, I wouldn't leave a voicemail. But then they say, well, you destroyed your phone. We can't even look back there to see that there's a red missed call. He says he doesn't even know what that means. Like he doesn't even know what a red missed call is. Like he's never had a missed call in his life and knows it's a different color.
Anybody that has an iPhone literally knows what it looks like when you're going through your call log and you have a missed call.
He's like, nope, I don't know. I have no idea.
That is, there's even like a whole section just for missed calls, and they're all red.
So there was a couple of them here. Somebody brought this up, and I should find it out. So he says, when he's talking about the phone, he says his birthday was September 4th, and his phone was failing, so he planned on getting a new phone. He got around to it on September 22nd. Fucking Alan Jacks. He says, happy birthday. Was that a coincidence? It's May. It's not his birthday now. But he says happy birthday. I was like, that was kind of a dick move. I don't know. Some of those things could pan out well for them when it comes to the jury. Some of them, they might go, why being such an asshole? But for us that are just viewers, it's fucking funny. All right, hold on. Let me see what clip you sent me. Am I allowed to play it? Okay. Make sure it wasn't something crazy.
Is that just a coincidence? That's your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that just a coincidence?
September 4th was my birthday. The phone was broken and failing. I had planned on getting a new phone, and that just happened to be the day that I got it.
Happy birthday. Was that a coincidence?
Objection.
That's your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Is that just a coincidence?
Happy birthday. Was that a coincidence? That's why I said this was such a good cross. Like I said, as a spectator, I highly suggest watching it. But there was another one. Well, here it is. So he says, Proctor was in your house? We were talking about that. The first 48 hours, we talked about that. And then he asked him, did any crime scene people come into your house, investigate, take pictures, process anything? Brian Albert says, no, I wish they had. And Jackson says, yeah, me too. I was like, ooh, that's spicy. Yes. He says that his phone, here's the other thing about this, is that his phone, so I don't have a passcode on my phone. He says he has a 4-digit passcode on his phone, plus facial recognition. So how is he answering and making phone calls if he doesn't put the code in? I don't have an iPhone, so I don't know. But I'm wondering, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And here's another thing. From going back through the documents, I cannot see, and I was hoping that one of you guys would tell me. Now that we're just talking about phones, I'm going to bring this up, not necessarily about his phone. But they did geofencing of Google phones around the Alberts residence. I can't find any that show that they did anything with Apple. But he has an Apple phone. Pretty sure, didn't John have an Apple phone? He has an Apple Watch. So why would they not? So I don't know if they did anything geofencing for anything Apple. I couldn't find it.
Remember they in court wanted to know why Proctor only brought up Google and that it wouldn't get any data from Apple?
Right. So they never did anything to go find Apple. Proctor blocked the Apple fencing. I can answer without unlocking my phone, but not other things. Okay, so then here's a question. If you make the call, right? No, first you make the call. So how did you butt dial to make the call? I was thinking opposite for a second, which would make more sense. But no, this still doesn't make sense. So he's like, you have to push buttons to call somebody. And he's like, I didn't have to push any buttons. And he's like, well, to end the call, you still have to hang up the phone. He's like, well, I didn't push any buttons to hang up the phone. And then Brian Albert says, well, we're all guessing. Go ahead.
Like, if the other person hangs up the phone, it'll hang up. You know what I mean? Like, I'll give them that. Like,
right.
You don't have to hang up. It's not a hassle.
No, somebody else could have hung it up. The other side could hang it up.
Right.
But he says, Brian Albert says, well, we're all just guessing here. And Jackson's like, well, we aren't all guessing. Brian Albert says, you are. And then Alan Jackson says, well, one of us is guessing. It was such a spicy exchange between these two. Hey, Jen, thank you for joining. I swear you were a member already, but thank you for rejoining if you're rejoining, or thank you for joining for the first time. Now you get to use the fancy emoji. The what if any. I feel like Jackson is lined up to pounce on Proctor. I'm ready for Proctor, Higgins, Jen McCabe. I think Colin's going to be a dud. I'm going to call that right now. I don't think anything's going to matter with Colin. I'd be surprised if anything comes out of that. And then and then I'm ready for the experts. He says he did not answer the call. He's not sure if the call went to voicemail, just knows there was no voicemail. Talking about touching your butt doesn't answer your phone. He says Chloe's not a human. Nicole didn't answer the phone. He said he doesn't know how the phone call was answered. But in 2022, at the grand jury, he said, well, it only could have been me. I guess it only could have been me. And maybe I did talk to Higgins. I could have talked to him. So then Jackson asked, like, hey, did you talk to Higgins about this, supposed butt dial? And he says, yeah, the next day when Higgins came over, I talked to him. So at 7:20, he called Higgins. They go through an entire list of all the calls that were made that day, subsequent days. Brian Albert's, like, you're essentially saying, like, you're picking and choosing what pictures, like, or what phone calls you want to go through. Like, there's other calls too that you're not talking about. But Jackson's just saying, like, are you talking to these people, like, trying to figure out, like, get your story straight and figure out your cover story? And he's like, no. We talk about he got rid of his phone again. And June 2023 says it was only possible. I already said that one. Were all calls to the coordinate narrative. Nope. He says no. That was it for Jackson. Now redirect. They talk about the hillside and the waterfall with his friends and family, that he did not actually go there with John and Karen, this whole acquaintance versus friend versus whatever. He went with Jen to her house to support her because she's like a sister to him. Since this was yesterday, I text Sleuthy because I keep hearing this rumor. I want to be clear, it is absolutely a rumor that Brian Albert and Jen McCabe had some type of history, as like togetherness history. I can't find where it's substantiated, like to anything to substantiate it or the origin of it. But I was like,
He's talking about sex.
I don't know. Yeah. That was my mom tone.
I have heard it in many places. I don't know if it's true, but like, it's not going to get a gasp from me if I find out it is true.
But it would be kind of weird that she's like a sister to me. I've known her since she was 6 years old. What's up, buddy?
Why would that be weird? That's like,
He's
so like,
gymnastics. What's
that's
up? What
like
do you need?
that's like boyfriend, husband speak. Like, oh, babe, you don't need to be worried. She's like a sister to me.
Right. Gitmo, this is my thought. If his scratches if those wounds on his arm align with something on that car, they just need to be able to show how. Because even if she backs into him at 24.2 miles an hour and it busts the tail light, how does it? You're saying the tail light like shatters so much that it starts cutting up his arm. Plus, maybe he has the glass. Like, even if we go with that, like he has the cocktail glass, it shatters so much that that's also cutting his arm. I guess we're gonna have to find out. Like, did they find any glass in his wounds? Because I don't remember them saying they found any glass in his wounds, but I don't know. And Jen, thank you so much for the super sticker. That was very nice of you. I appreciate that. Those keep me around longer. If you like the content, if you like what we do here, that's what keeps me going. Dogs play such a huge role in so many true crime. Go ahead.
They didn't take any samples of his arm, so even if there was like glass, which is why I couldn't understand why they wouldn't have taken because if it were glass, that could like where is the rest of the glass? Like, they collected the bottom part, like the thickest part. Where's all the other pieces? You found all these pieces of taillight, but you didn't find the rest of shouldn't they have been also right there where the glass was? Where's the rest of the glass?
Yeah, they don't find anything because they don't test anything. They don't test for the DNA of the dog. They don't test for anything. Thank you, Jen. Huh. Did AJ ask if he believes in coincidences or how many of them before he considered it odd in his professional opinion? I don't know if BA would have given a straight answer, but it would have been great if he did. That would have been objected to anyway. Is that 24.2 miles per hour GPS speed or wheel speed? Because the tires have been spinning in slicks. That's John. That is a great question. I asked that. How does it track if the tires are spinning? Does it think it's going that fast? Or does it, like, how does it know? I don't know. I have no idea, but I have that exact question. iPhone hasn't had a 4-digit passcode since the iPhone 8.
That's not true. Mine has
Maybe,
4 digits right now. Wait, I
I think
might
my
be
mom
lying.
I think my mom's had 4 digits up until either the 8 or the 10. Yeah, that sounds
I
about
am
right. She has
lying.
a 12 now.
Mine is 6 digits.
You don't even know how many numbers your own
Yep, mine's 6
passcode.
digits. Well, okay, so let me rephrase. My iPad has 4, but my phone has 6. So they might be right.
Okay, Oz said I thought they did test for canine DNA, but found none. I thought
That's
they
because
didn't
that's what
test it at all. You've
Coffin
been
Duffer
listening
said
to
that.
Coffin Daffer.
Hmm.
I was under the impression they didn't, but nobody's testified to that yet, so we'll have to wait and see what ends up coming out in trial. You can choose to have a 4-digit code. The default, though, is 6 digits. Okay, Inspector Gadget. Mine has 4, and I have an iPhone 14. All right. I do. I think that I remember. I remember that. I remember on my sitting on my mom's phone. Okay. Let me see. Did anyone go in the basement? No. Chloe wasn't overly affectionate. This is when he changes it to the Chloe wasn't bad with strangers, but strangers may not like Chloe. So that was kind of an interesting turn on that whole situation. They go back through his Friday activities. He only had a few hours of sleep, trying to show like, hey, he was tired. He'd had a really long day. It's not surprising that he didn't wake up when all this is going on outside. He says when he was awoken by Jen, he looked out the window. He did not go outside because John was gone. There was no reason for him to go outside. And now, listening to two sides of this, I understand his point, though. If he had gone outside, the commentary would be, what is he doing outside? This isn't his investigation. He shouldn't be in the crime scene. So I can see that there's a no-win here for Brian Albert, regardless what theory you have. Him going outside would have been really bad for him. Him not going outside is also really bad for him.
Yeah, but
I
he
think
knows
it's
how to
more
stay
interesting.
out of a crime scene. And there wasn't even a crime
No,
scene, but he
I
knows how to
think the
stay
bigger
out of it.
issue is when John was there, that he doesn't go out there, that he's acting like he doesn't know, because we know that there's other calls that were supposedly connected between Nicole and Jen.
Well, yeah. Well, and all, yeah. Yeah. I mean, all of it's, especially when you get, like, Higgins had never been to his house before. And I don't think we got to that yet,
One
so I'll
time for
wait.
the
But
backyard barbecue. That was in direct. We already did that last week.
no, we didn't get to his call, like his calls.
Oh,
Oh, we
I
did.
said just what I didn't go through them. Yeah, I just kind of touched on it. I didn't go through them. I can.
So no, so like the first call that he ever makes, like, is to Higgins because he thought that he should know. But I guess it's just strange to me that he wouldn't call, like, who wasn't there? So, like, at that point, Julie wasn't there and Chris wasn't there. So, like, would you not call your brother? Because he was also with him the night before.
Yeah, he doesn't call Chris Albert.
Or, right. I mean, I don't think you called Chris Albert at all. Why? Is it because
Well,
he was there? I think
here's the
people
weird
slept
thing,
at that
because
house
he
that we
says
don't know about yet.
he doesn't know any relationship between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, doesn't know any relationship between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, but his excuse is that he calls him because he was there the night before. But he also says that he does know that Chris Albert and Julie Albert are friends with John O'Keefe. That's how he knows them. So why wouldn't he have called Chris Albert right away?
Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I think that it's possible at some point we might see some kind of evidence that people slept at that house and never did actually leave.
So Microdots put together the testimony on all the call logs. So 7:20 was Higgins. Higgins calls back at 7:30. And then he calls Higgins again at 7:57. And then he calls his brother Kevin Albert, who wasn't with them the night before, calls him at 9:40. And then he has an incoming call from Chief Berkowitz and an outgoing call to Chief Berkowitz, an outgoing call to Jen McCabe. This is also that morning. Incoming call from Jen McCabe. Calls his brother Kevin Albert again. And then he calls Brian Higgins again. Another call to Brian Higgins. Another call to Brian Higgins. And another call to Kevin Albert.
Wonder if he called Caitlin. Because she was there too. And with him.
Right. Well, he says that. So on redirect, he's asked about this. And he says that phone call list is selective. It doesn't include every call that I made or incoming call I had. Like, it's not a full list of calls. So we don't really know. The defense is just using it to show, like, why is he talking to Brian Higgins so much about this when Brian Higgins, he doesn't know that there's even any friendship between any of those people.
And
nor does he know if there's any flirting or anything. Why does he care so much about Higgins to tell him everything? Yeah. When he also says they're not good friends. There's that qualifier.
An awful lot to somebody that's not his friend.
Right.
But and what Higgins is a friend? What is a friend to these people? I don't think they have any friends, to be honest. I think that they.
Brian says on direct, he says, I could have been like, I think that like John O'Keefe and I would have been good friends. Like we could have hung out more.
Yeah, I think that's bullshit because he's dead. I think that's just, I think the bizarro comment about that John said that he should like apply to be a supervisor. And I think all of that is bullshit. I don't know if you did or not. I personally find it bizarre every time I hear it that each Albert that comes up says all they knew about John O'Keefe was his story and about how he took in his niece and nephew. And like, it's the same. I almost feel like I'm like re-listening to the same testimony. The Alberts had certain like phrases that they repeated throughout each one's testimony.
Right.
Have you noticed that?
Yep. It absolutely did. Let me see if there's anything else important here. Talks about like not sure the phone was locked. He did boxing through Boston PD. This is when he talks about the reception being poor in the house. We've already touched on that. He says that John and the defendant would have been welcome in the home. He wishes they had come in. He wasn't even aware that they were in the area of his house or coming over. On recross, he says, when did you and Lolly talk about cell reception? He says it came up in the prep at the DA's office. Couldn't remember that on cross, but now he remembers the location of where the prep took place. He said he was caught off guard by Alan Jackson's question earlier in the morning, and he just couldn't remember it. But then he thought about it, and now he does. He said he did talk to Lolly over the lunch hour about how much time he had left on the stand, and he mentioned that he was going to ask him about why he didn't go outside. He talks about that the preservation order was denied in October, but he got rid of his phone in September before he even knew that it was denied. The day before the preservation order was actually put in.
That's irrelevant. So, and also, I'm curious. I was gonna jump in, but then I realized we were about to be done, so I kept it in, and this is what I get because now I can't remember. It was something about. Go back to the last slide real quick. Damn it! What were you saying? It was something else that. That's fine.
Oz asked if we know if the pick of the doorknob was inside or outside. In my opinion, it looked like it was from the inside. I can't guarantee that, but it looked like they just threw up this doorknob on the inside.
Dude, you really have to think about this, okay? The defense is obviously in contact and working with the people that live in that house currently, right?
Right.
How do we know that they didn't like have that person to rip up the carpets in the basement and see if anything's on the concrete? Because it was concrete. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They could have unearthed evidence under that. Do you know what I'm saying?
Sadie said, "Would there be more damage to the vehicle besides just the tail light?" Well, that's my thought too. There's supposedly
And
a
his
couple
body.
very small dents, a couple small dents around the tail light that they showed during
View.
the visit to the house. Yeah, to the view. I couldn't think of that damn word. AH said, "Where's the 24 miles per hour info from?" I want to say
Lally
it's from a
running his
hearing.
yap.
I think
Oh, he
it's
said
from a
it in his
hearing.
opening too.
Did he say? Yeah, we knew about it
It's an
before this, but I
interesting.
think it was. I
I'll
don't think
tell
it's from
you,
a
it's an
document. I
interesting.
think it's,
I'm on a delay. I'm sorry.
you're fine. Go ahead.
So it's an interesting story because it wasn't until the defense went to the Supreme Court to have Bev's ruling overturned about the phones. And then they actually did let them get Jen McCabe's phone information, which then the FBI got more than that. So, whatever. But it was in the Supreme Court filings that the Commonwealth put in there that that information about the 24.2 miles per hour, 60 feet or whatever. Because the defense then in their reply was like, it's interesting because this is, like basically we had heard that the data couldn't even be read. They told us in terms of giving us discovery that they couldn't read this data and that it could be years before they could because like it's just literally not possible right now. Now, for the first time ever throughout this entire case, they're mentioning this 24 miles per hour and it's in the Supreme Court thing. And after that, he really never said it again. He didn't write it in anything, but he did put it in his opening. Lally did.
Yeah, but I almost think it came out in a hearing before that. I think is where I listened to it. I don't remember reading it. I remember hearing it. So I'm just trying to like rack my own memory of where that came from.
I'm sure it was after he wrote it in the Supreme Court stuff. So because the defense did mention in hearings that that they ended up getting Jen McCabe's cell phone stuff, even though she denied them.
Think so. John says, Sleuthy, I think if that new evidence happened, the defense would admit that and want charges on KR dropped immediately. Like if they actually
Yeah,
did some
but
testing blood down there.
well, it had been 2 years. You don't know if it had been cleaned. So let's say, for example, they did have it tested and it was a bad sample. Like there wasn't any way to tell that it was John O'Keefe's blood, right? But it would be really compelling evidence to a jury if a huge pool of blood, like the outline of it, even though you couldn't get the DNA, if you're showing a huge puddle of blood, it would be compelling to a jury. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
But it wouldn't be enough if you couldn't say definitively that was John O'Keefe's blood. It would be impossible to get it just thrown out for that. But it would be very compelling to a jury, even just to see like the stain. You know what I mean? God forbid.
Yeah, I don't think I just highly doubt they have anything like that. They're just going to say it's whatever was there is completely destroyed, and there was no way to get it because they had destroyed it.
I'm
The
curious.
covering up the crime scene.
I'm curious about Jen in their opening when they say that they will hear evidence that Jen McCabe is lying about not having made that Google search at 227. I can't wait to see what that
Right.
was about. I wonder if they got information, like if they got texts she sent to somebody or something where she's talking about it and she says that she did it and she can't believe she did. You know what I mean? Like I can't wait to see what that was about because evidence that that she's lying would be like her text, me texting Teresa and said, "Oh my God, I can't believe I was so stupid as to have looked," or even if you're like, "I was literally just curious. I can't believe that I actually did that because now they're twisting on me." Even if that's what she wrote, the defense can then use that as, so now she's acknowledging its existence. She did do it. She's not saying
Right.
you know, that she did it because she knew John was outside, but she absolutely did it. You know what I mean? It'd be so crazy.
What did you think of
There's a
Brian
lot
Albert
coming for
Jr.?
her. What did you think about? I know you're not at Julie, and I know that you have a whole lot to do, but what did you think about her giving Jen McCabe the screenshot of when she said for her brother to pick her up?
Absolutely ridiculous. Why in
Yeah.
the world did Jen
And then the
McCabe
comment about,
want screenshots
yeah,
to come up with a timeline?
yeah,
Because she's
man,
like,
it
I
don't look good.
remember, yeah, I remember like when I got there that, um, she was talking about her brother was going to come and pick her up, and we were like, no, we'll give you a ride home. Stick around longer. Now, I'm very curious. That's another thing I hope that they bring up with Jen. But what did you think of Brian Albert? I thought he seemed pretty reasonable. I thought he seemed very kind. He didn't seem, and he says like, he's a homebody and he kind of doesn't, deal well with stress. I thought he did really well.
I thought he did well, but like I have a problem with and something that I've noticed throughout is people talking about what other people were doing at certain times, like in other areas of the house. So like you telling me that um Brian Sr. was upstairs showing Higgins pictures in your brother's room, right? Let's say you say that. Well, did you go upstairs with them? How do you know that that's what they were doing? Did they announce to the whole house that they were going upstairs to look at pictures? Even then, how do
Yeah,
you know
you
that's
can
what they
just
were
hear
doing up
that.
there?
Yeah, it's a good point.
So I don't like that.
Or like, hey, I was just taking Brian up and I was showing him pictures of your brother in uniform and so on. Like, does he know it? He
Yeah,
knows it third hand because he wasn't up there too. I agree with that.
right.
But to me, he came across very believable. He came across like much nicer than the other Alberts that had been on the stand so far. Because this is the
Sure.
third Albert we see. Well, the third, and in of the household, I should say, third Albert household person we see. And I don't know. I thought he came off very believable, very kind. The biggest takeaways was
There's a
that
problem with
he says that he knows Colin was in the house when his parents got there, and he left shortly after. He also knows that Julie went outside to talk to her brother. He saw a dark SUV outside of the house when Julie went outside. He looked out the window twice. He saw that the SUV was by the mailbox, and second time he looked, it was closer to the flagpole. He did notice that there was tracks in the snow, indicating that a car had moved up. Like, so that's in the street, not in the grass. He sees in the street, like where she drove from one spot to another, essentially. He talks about like his friends that were there. He talks about his Aunt Julie and their ritual. And I also noticed that Lolly uses the word ritual. And I'm like, well, why does this family have rituals instead of traditions? It's the weirdest shit. Like they're using the wrong word. Maybe that's a Boston thing, but these are not rituals. They're traditions. They talk about Chloe. I didn't think that there was a huge takeaway from him, except for what he says is contradicted by some other people, but I still found him to be pretty believable. Face light, yeah. None of your business says he's fine. Simple man. Face lights up at the mention of donuts. Yeah.
Yeah, but also
Yeah.
like, didn't he say that basically they were all just sitting around the table? Like I remember listening to his testimony and thinking, well, that sounds really boring. Basically, that they were just sitting together at the table like all night.
No, he said they were
And
doing hangout stuff. They were drinking, playing card games, just hangout stuff.
but did he say that they were playing music, dancing, singing, like now that people are saying?
No, he just said they were all hanging around the table playing games and he essentially says like doing hangout stuff.
Well,
Okay, Em, thank
okay.
you. She said I'm from Canton. or 35 minutes ish from Canton. I used to work in Canton. We don't say ritual. I don't know why they think it's a ritual. It's not the right terminology. I'm just like, it's not. That's fucking weird. I envision a similar situation with me, family and friends, and even if completely innocent, people want to get stories straight. And my family and friends would do that. So I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. He came across, like I said,
It's one
like a
thing.
good witness.
It's one thing to like discuss it and like but the problem is that when you don't have like recorded statements and things, like I just don't see the need to corroborate like each other. And then now we're here at trial, and because there were not everyone was interviewed, some were interviewed a year later. um it's not all recorded, the statements aren't even signed. It's like,
Hmm.
now at this point the question is, have you guys all been talking about this for the past 2 years, and now you've all made sure that your stories, you know, are completely aligned to the point where now you guys are coming in here and you're literally repeating the same phrases?
And the problem with that
Like, that's not
too
good no
is
matter
that
what.
now that, like you were saying about the going upstairs thing, sometimes their memories don't even, they're not even their own memories anymore. They're other people's
Correct.
memories, and not even about like actual conspiracy of sitting around getting your story straight. It is even just in the talking about it, and now you're picking up what other people have said. Like you and I talking about this, I'll pick up on things you said and take that with me. You know what I mean?
Correct. Yes. Yep.
So
They're reciting other people's memories.
yeah. You
And
think
then
he came off as
even if it's
spoiled? I didn't. I think he came off as not very outgoing, and probably hasn't had a lot of girlfriends or boyfriends, whichever one he prefers. That he's, I mean, everybody at his birthday party was female. He had 6 females over there. Just came off very, um, like opposite of his sister to me. He seemed very low maintenance. I'm confused on how much bunch of drunk old drunk. Oh my gosh, I can't talk. Bunch of drunk people know everybody's moves on a given night. And how do you remember that? It's because you've talked about it so many times. That's what sleuth was. Yes, what sleuth what said. Same phrases, implanted memories. Yeah. Low maintenance would be 2 donuts. That's fair. But she's been doing that since he was in middle school. And he really liked donuts back then. He apparently really likes his Aunt Julie. So on Cross, Elizabeth Little, we get to see her again, and it wasn't too big of a. To me, it wasn't too much of anything. Once he's talking about that his things that were important is his first interview wasn't until January 6th of 2023, almost a year later, and it took place at their family attorney's office. His sister was there too, but in a different room when he was being interviewed. And then something about 18 months later. I don't know why they said that. Maybe because it wasn't. It's a year later. They talk about the Snapchat, and I'm wondering, this was another little Easter egg from the defense, and I was going to see what you thought about this, Sleuthy, in chat. They talk about the Snapchat, and was there communication between Colin and Brian Albert via Snapchat? To me, that makes me think that they have data from Snapchat. Because they're like, well, you do have this cousins chat, and you do have this other cousins chat. And I was like, do you have something from Snapchat that's going to come back up later that you actually have like documentation of? That's what it made me think of. Talks about his dad let Chloe out. His varies a little bit different. That he says his dad was just kind of hanging out in the kitchen waiting, and then he lets Chloe back in. That he wasn't just standing at the door waiting for her to come back in. That he's kind of like wandering around. He says when he looked outside, he did see tire tracks in the snow, but he did not see a 6'2" man, 220-pound 6'2" man. He did not see that, but he was able to see tire tracks. Says Higgin left at some point. He wasn't sure when. His dad went to bed after Higgins left. Said he gets overwhelmed really easy, so he didn't look out the window that morning when he knew that stuff was happening out there after his parents or his dad had woken him up, and he just probably like a big avoidance thing. And he has had conversations with his family, and then they talk about the harassment versus the case, and then more conversations about the harassment. He's asking for clarification from Elizabeth from Little, saying like, hey, which do you mean? Like, we have had conversations, but most of it was about the harassment we've received, not about the case, because we're not really involved in the case. You have exclusionary Snapchat clicks. Yeah, so they brought up Snapchat for a reason, and I thought, ooh, Easter egg, pay attention for that later. I heard Summer Collin was the son Brian always wanted. Well, he has other sons. I don't know much about them. So then Caitlyn takes the stand, and then she ends up back on the stand this morning for more of her cross. But Sleuthie, you want to talk about Caitlyn? I thought this was not nearly as big as I thought it could have been. I think the judge stopped a lot of what the defense wanted to do and have come in regarding her. She gave them a little bit of leeway, but not what I really expected.
I think I do think that they did cut a lot. She cut a lot off. And I also think that she was very well prepared. So, like, you have to remember, she's an
Yes.
investigator for the Attorney General's office.
Yes.
So I think that played a big part in it. I think that I also don't believe for a second that she hasn't watched the testimony. And I think she was prepared for literally every question. I think and this is just my personal opinion. I think she did watch the testimony. I think she has listened to, like, when the jury's not present and they're arguing over her specifically. I think she was very prepared for what she was going to be asked.
Okay, so I have an important question. Do you think she goes to the tanning bed?
She goes to the beach a lot, but I don't know. If you look at, first of all, her face doesn't match her chest. First, let me just say, she is a beautiful kid.
Yeah, she is.
I don't know what she did today. Like, she looked great yesterday. Today, like, look at the white on her neck.
I don't know. My neck always looks white too.
Well, but you live in
I
the
hate
sun.
I do. It's true.
So that's different. So when you go outside, the sun's hitting you, your chin is blocking your neck. She don't live in the sun. She lives in Massachusetts.
Right. So like even her beach days, and it's only May, so it's not like there's
Right.
a bunch of sun out at the beach yet.
Exactly.
Yeah, Em just said it too. It hasn't even been beach weather here since September. Yeah, she looks very tan.
Right.
I have a lot of pictures of her, obviously, from this whole Katie McLaughlin situation, and her skin tone is not that tan. I was like, dang, she looks pretty tan.
The day before, she may have sweated off the facial spray tan. That's what it
Maybe. I don't know.
like. It looks like she
These kids are like
started
Jersey Shore
sweating
with
it
only
off.
stored. Yeah. And as the water run off next to the lamp. Eastwind Farms, you're back. What makes me think he was moved? There should have been more blood in the snow from the head injury. Any info on that? Well, we talked about this a little bit earlier, and hi, welcome when he's human. And I assume that's a pet because you're a pet lover. And so Winnie's got to be the doggy in the cute little picture. Like a Jack Russell, maybe? It's kind of tiny on my screen, but I think that might be close to it. But anyway, it's possible, since he was on his back and the head injury was probably where he lost most of his blood from. Well,
there's some debate.
Everybody says he was.
There's some debate.
We turned him over.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which
I don't know. We need to get a really clear version of that 911 call from Jen McCabe.
Yeah, because if they did flip him over, that could also have to do with like his note, like his like the blood pooling in his eyes. It could also do with like the tip of his nose being white. Like, the only thing so far that the Flamati said was that his whole back was red.
He did have
lividity, he was red.
Yeah, in that photo you can see that it's like his back has got red. I know. We'll have to wait for more of the medical examiner to be able to, I guess, say for sure. But every first responder, so if he is flipped over, he's flipped over by Karen, Jen, and Carrie. But then that goes against the whole that his phone was under his back, no?
Well, so far, Well, no, they just said it was under him. Well, still yet, if they were writing a report, it would have been under him. But,
Oh yeah, I guess so.
you know, my whole thing with that is that we've seen all the paramedics, every first responder that there was, we've heard from, and none of
Right.
them
We have not heard from
testified.
any of the doctors.
Yeah, but anybody that was on the scene, none of them have testified to that phone being on the ground, and none of
True.
them have testified to. I'm still hung up on why we're allowing Lally to get away with the fact that he said in his opening that there was going to be grass under John when there clearly was not.
There is no grass under John. Nobody
get it.
talks about that. He said there was going to be. And that's how you could tell that he had died earlier, was because he was still on the grass.
Correct. It's like a blatant lie at this point, and he knew that he was going to present these things to these people. He knew there was no grass. So I don't understand. And also that it makes it really difficult for me to even consider the fact that he was there when Karen left. Because how did the snow get under him? It couldn't. It
Nope.
couldn't. That snow is packed down and it was under him. There's just no way that at
See, that's
12,
another butt
30
thing. Like I'm like,
something.
oh man.
Yeah, there's just no way. And I don't know what Lally's gonna do. Like, did Lally really so badly want to get Julie on the stand today to say that she saw Blob in the yard, that he doesn't care that she got on and literally just destroyed her brother's testimony?
Well, I think that's probably good for him, because Brian's testimony
is good for the defense. You're right.
is good for the defense.
Wonder if he's just not even going to call him now.
Well, he's going up regardless.
Well, true, but you're right.
All right, let's talk about Caitlin Albert real quick. So Sleuthie already said she works at the AG's office. She works in the Medicare fraud department as an investigator. She lives with her boyfriend, Tristan. And Tristan only stayed at the waterfall for a little bit because he needed to go to sleep because he was on call to go plow. Other family members did arrive at the bar. John and Karen arrived. She'd never met them, but she knew of John's story once again. She saw no fighting or tension at the bar. She went back to her parents' house with her parents. She saw Colin, who was only there for a few minutes, and he bounced. There was a question I actually wanted to ask you about this. Hold on. Let me think. Shit. I don't remember. Higgins arrived. Jen and Matt, Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe arrived. She said nobody else came in. John and Karen never came in.
Or I'll wake up at 3 a.m.
Yeah, I know. There was a question I wanted to ask you, and now it's gone. I think of it. She's like, she knew of Higgins. She thinks she maybe had met him once, that was her dad's friend. She stayed at the house for about an hour and 45 minutes. They hung out, listened to music. She knows that her dad let Chloe outside into the backyard. She was the last to leave the house. She did not hear or see anything outside when she left or when she was there. She recalls Julie and her brother and Julie getting a ride. Oh, she recalls that Julie went outside to talk to her brother about getting a ride, and that Jen, she was going to get a ride with Jen, so she ended up staying. She saw Jen McCabe working on the phone. Go ahead.
So I remember now that everybody, so like Nicole and Brian are saying that they had no idea that John and Karen were supposed to even come over. They had no idea they were invited, blah, 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 right? But yet,
right,
the girls somehow knew, like, I guess Jen said to them that someone was coming, that she was waiting for someone, but didn't say who. We know that she called repeatedly and texted. Do you mean to tell me that the entire, hour and 45 minutes, I guess, that they were inside that house while she was waiting for John, calling him repeatedly, that she never said in front of or to Brian and Nicole that she had invited John and Karen and wonder why they haven't came yet?
Yeah, she's like, they should be here.
Who are you calling over and over again? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Why do you keep getting on your phone? Like, knock it off. We're dancing and having fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I wish you luck that you remember your question too. I'm glad I got that off my chest.
Yeah, I know. I'll remember it. It'll come to me. It'll come to me. And I want to say thank you to the middle sister for joining membership. Enjoy the what if any emojis and all the other member emojis. So she talks about that Tristan picked her up in her Jeep because he actually had an old Ford Taurus, is what she calls it. When Tristan testifies, he said he had an old Ford Fusion, so just another mishap on cars. But it was better, you know. But she also refers to that he was driving very carefully, which I thought was interesting. I don't actually put this on here because I didn't find it interesting when she said it. I just found it interesting when Tristan said it, because it's the exact same thing she said about how he was driving very carefully and his hands were 10 and 2.
That repeated itself over and over again. That their hands were 10 and 2. This is what I'm saying about, like, it's like they went over like they memorized it, and anything that went off script, you know, is the best I could say it, kind of irritated people or threw them off. Then they all of a sudden didn't know. Like, it should not be acceptable to be on the stand and during your direct, you remember literally everything, even shit you weren't even present for, that other people were doing. You remember all that shit down to the details that, you know, Brian Albert stood in the door and watched his dog take a piss. But then on cross, you can't recall anything. Like, it's obvious that you're just saying can't recall and you don't remember, like, little things. Like,
that's why I'm saying, like,
that should be acceptable.
If they were just presenting this damn case, if they were just presenting the damn case against Karen and not this, these witnesses make a conspiracy. That's the problem of any, like, of trying to argue, yeah, Karen did hit him with a car. Because then we would just be like, okay, she hit him. Let's see what their reenactment shows, what the medical examiner says, how he got these injuries, so on and so forth. But what they're doing right now literally causes the conspiracy, because it's like, if this is what happened and you didn't have anything to do with this, why the hell do you keep acting the way that you're acting? And I feel all of them use the same term. Yeah, can you rephrase that? How many witnesses do you ever hear say, can you rephrase that? Like, that's a lawyer talk.
I've only heard that if, like, right at the beginning of their testimony, they say, you know, if you don't understand, you know, one of my questions, just ask me to rephrase it. But they don't say that for any of these people.
I don't think she had him get up an hour and 45 minutes later. He left. They got to Waterfall at like 6 or 7-ish, 6:30-ish. And then he only stayed an 8 and then left. So I think he went home much earlier. And so he was able to get some sleep. Middle sister says, Sleuthy, I sent you a DM on Twitter with my theory today. I can elaborate more, but I think I'm on to something. Ooh. P.S. Love you, ladies. I hardly ever chat, but I'm always listening. We love you, too. Thank you for being here. The witnesses
can I go look and read it?
Yeah.
Can I read it here?
Let me look. Yeah. Is it okay if you read it? If she reads it here, middle sister? It's because there is a conspiracy. Red Solo culpability. Okay, so let's go through. Like I said, she didn't see any fighting. She went to her parents' house. She stayed there for an hour, 45 minutes, hung out, listened to music. Dad, like, oh yeah, she was the last to leave. She didn't hear or see anything outside. She recalls Julie going outside to talk to her brother. Tristan picked her up. Okay, we already got that. Like, that was pretty simple, direct. On cross, I thought she handled herself well. My only issue with her was her intent to expand or expound on every single answer she gave versus just answering the questions. Like, she knew she had to say these certain things. Like, that's what she was told to make sure she said, so she did it. That was my only issue with her, and he calls her out on it. So on cross, we've got Yannetti. He says, Proctor didn't even contact you until May of 2023. You weren't interviewed until August of 2023. Define what an acquaintance is. Here we're back into the whole friends thing. And she says, Higgins' dad is a friend. Higgins is dad's friend, not hers. They talk about Katie McLaughlin. They went to high school together. They interacted with some people, same people socially. They don't hang out one-on-one. Another interesting thing, because that's exactly what Katie said as her definition of a friend. They don't hang out one-on-one. She does not consider her a close personal friend. She does know who Courtney Proctor is. For anybody in chat who doesn't, Courtney Proctor is Michael Proctor, the investigator, the state trooper who was investigating this case. That's his sister. Michael Proctor never asked her how she knew Courtney or how close they were or anything about her relationship with Courtney. She said Tristan left the waterfall to get some sleep. She arrived back to her parents' house. She wished her bro a happy birthday. She saw Colin, but wasn't monitoring him, but he left pretty quickly. I think this might have started up today. Katie McLaughlin, she saw her far and few between, and he specifically asked her, like, was it 3 years before John died was the last time you saw her? And she's like, no. The reason he's saying that is because Katie McLaughlin said it had been 3 years prior to John's death that she had seen Caitlin. So he's not necessarily trying to impeach Caitlin. He's using Caitlin to impeach Katie. And in doing so, making Katie's testimony not believable. And therefore, this I hit him that Katie's now trying to say she heard isn't true. That's what it is. Like, you can't trust her. So it's not really about Caitlin. It's more about Katie. So she said not surprised if she showed up at the same place because they had mutual friends. But she wasn't ever the one who actually invited her. They were at a baby shower in 2021. That she agrees with that. They took this trip to Maine. So after Katie McLaughlin had testified, the internet sleuths went crazy and were finding so many pictures of Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert together. And Katie McLaughlin had testified that they had taken day trips together. They'd never gone anywhere together and spent the night. Well, social media sleuths find pictures of them in Maine, which is over 4 hours away, and they're there on multiple days, which doesn't make sense that they would be driving back and forth every day. So she says, yeah, they took a trip to Maine. They stayed there. Once again, she didn't invite her. They talk about the hot tub pic, which is important because that's what Yannetti likes to bring up to everybody, that you don't get in hot tubs with people who you're not friends with. They've gone to the beach together. Keeps adding other friends in photos. I don't know why I wrote that. Don't even know what that meant. I don't know why I wrote it that way. Keeps adding other friends in photos. I don't know why I wrote that. Not asked. I don't know what that meant. Great note taking. They talk about the college apartment photo where the roommates were mutual friends. She didn't invite her to her college apartment. And this is when Yannetti's law, you guys, because you guys aren't close friends. You don't even really like her. That's what he said to Katie. Like, you don't even really. No, it's funny. And that gets objected to.
Like her. You don't even
really like her, do you?
Do you?
So I don't know the connection, and I don't want to even pretend like I do, of how Katie McLaughlin would know these other two girls. I don't know how.
The other two are her roommates. Why is she in the picture with
Katie be mutual friends with them? How would she have known them? They didn't live in the area.
I don't
really understand that, and I did not dig into it to find an answer. Somebody online, I'm sure, knows a connection or a lack thereof. But this is what I was saying about her skin tone. Like, that's not your skin tone, honey. So here's Caitlin, and then here's Katie. And then, so Caitlin's saying that these two are her mutual friends. Night, M. Thank you for being here. So I don't know. I thought that was kind of weird. I was like, is there even a connection between her and those two people? I don't know. Let me see. Where was I at? So the college photo. They talk about that you don't even like her. Then they go over. They're going through all these photos, but they're not showing them to us because they end up not letting the photos in. But the jury still gets to hear about all of them. They are on the same track team in high school. They go through those photos. She did not see when Higgins arrived or where he parked. She said her dad and Higgins did leave the room, but they were not out of her vision, which I thought is interesting because her dad says they went upstairs. So how did she see them go upstairs? She never heard anything outside. She never looked out the window. When she left, she came out the front door. She never saw a hat. She never saw a shoe. She never saw pieces of taillight, and she never saw a man on the lawn. Said Tristan was parked in the driveway. They pulled out and drove by the flagpole, which goes to that video we just watched on somebody doing that. She says she never saw, says she wasn't looking out the window. And she's like, she keeps answering. And this is another example of when Yetti's like, why are you answering these questions that nobody's asking you? Did I ask you anything about that? Did I ask you if you were looking out the window of the car? I never asked you that. Because she's trying to tell him, like, no, I was facing Tristan and talking to him, and I wasn't looking out the window. He's like, nobody asked you that. I didn't ask you that. Like, just answer what I'm asking you. So it gets a little contentious, but not nearly as bad as Jackson and Brian Sr. On redirect, she says that she has met Courtney Proctor's kids. She's never met Michael Proctor. She saw Colin leave when they arrived. The track pics were before they graduated. I think we all know that since it was in high school. They talk about the rendering of the house. So this rendering of the house is like I should have saved the picture, but Microdots on Twitter is the one who actually made this rendering. And it's a depiction of the home, but it has porch lights on. So every time that the defense uses it, Lolly asked the witnesses that were there, like, did you actually see any of these lights on? And some say, I don't know. Some say no. Brian Albert says no. Most of the time they weren't even working. So they're trying to say the defense is using this photo that isn't even accurate because these lights weren't on. But either way, it doesn't stop what we saw of a car backing out of that driveway would have seen anything by that flagpole. So she said, she was asked, did you look at the area by the flagpole? She said, no, I was looking down, so I didn't want to slip because she had high heel boots on. So when she was walking to Tristan, well, her own car, but Tristan was driving. And then in the car, she was looking at Tristan when in the car and not out the window. On recross, the only thing he asked her is when she met Courtney Proctor's kids, and she says, I don't know, 2-3 years ago. And he says 2 years ago from now is May of 2022. 3 years is May of 2021. That means they were in it. Their families were very combined right around the same time of the crime is what he's getting at. That's the only thing he asked her on cross. You want to read that?
Read what?
You're going to read that, her theory, middle sister's theory.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to run to the restroom. Is that okay? You got this?
Yeah, as long as I don't lose you, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So it says, this is somebody's theory. It says it's Abby, but I figured the middle sister. So it says Brian Albert Sr. gets home right before Colin is heading out. He lets Chloe out and goes to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Colin goes outside to wait for that ride and decides to walk to the side of the house to smoke a bowl or a joint. Within minutes, John is dropped off by Karen. On his way to the door, he gets a whiff of marijuana. He starts walking towards the smell and Colin, noticing someone approaching. Oh, and Colin, noticing someone approaching, panics, makes a run for the gate to go to the backyard. Colin opens the gate and John is quickly closing in on him. Colin knows about the cellar door, may have gone straight for it, hoping to hide in the basement. Maybe there is a bit of an altercation between Colin and John first, or maybe not. But within moments, Chloe senses the threat and attacks John. John's head injury could be from falling down those stairs, and obviously the lacerations and puncture wounds to the arm could be from Chloe. Then the cover-up ensues to protect anyone at the Albert house from being charged with any type of criminal negligence or even civil liability. Let me see what everybody's saying. I think something like that could have happened for sure. I have no way to know if I've lost anybody, but okay, not a bad theory. So now I know you hear me. I was trying to figure out a way. So I guess that could make sense in the sense that if you're looking at the things that they feel is important to say, right? So they find it important for multiple people to say that Brian Albert was standing at the sliding doors, like watching Chloe go to the bathroom. Why does that have to be so specific? Why are you watching your dog go to the bathroom? Like, the dog's going to go do what they need to do. They're going to come back up on the porch for you to open the door. So a reason for that could be the knowledge that something happened like in the backyard. Yeah, I do too. I think, I don't know if he would have been smoking pot or whatever, but you know, even if John was like trying to figure out, like, he'd never been there before. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's a really
I'll
interesting
have to go
theory.
back and listen to my own line since I had to go run to the restrooms. I don't want to make you repeat it.
No, I'll read. It's short.
Oh, okay.
So she says, because I want your thoughts. So she says, Brian Albert Sr. gets home right before Colin's heading out. He lets Chloe out and goes to the bathroom. So he lets Chloe out and then he goes to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Colin goes outside to wait for that ride and decides to walk to the side of the house to smoke a bowl or a joint. Within minutes, John is dropped off by Karen. On his way to the door, he gets a whiff of marijuana. He starts walking towards the smell and I did this the last time. He starts walking towards the smell and Colin, noticing someone approaching, panics, makes a run for the gate to go in the backyard. Colin opens the gate and John is quickly closing in on him. Colin, knowing about the cellar door, may have gone straight for it, hoping to hide in the basement. Maybe there is a bit of an altercation between Colin and John first, or maybe not, but within moments, Chloe senses the threat and attacks John. John's head injury could be from falling down those stairs, and obviously, the lacerations and puncture wounds to the arm could be from Chloe. Then the cover-up ensues to protect anyone at the Albert house from being charged with any type of criminal negligence or even civil liability.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. And I will say,
so what do you... Go ahead.
well, I will say that I always, and I said this to Dietz, like the day she started following this, I sent a picture and I like circled the gate, and I'm like, what are the odds that he's dead in direct line of that gate on the side? And she's like, I don't know. I forget what the whole, this was so long ago. I can't even remember the whole conversation, but I remember taking that photo. And I always, for whatever reason, thought that he went in one way and came out that gate. Whether he walked out, stumbled out the gate, and then only made it so far before he dropped. I always felt that gate, there was some reason why his body was like directly in front of that gate in a direct line. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was said that he was put out there directly straight from the fence, the gate, and either more snow fell in that 4 hours, which we know it did, and covered up the footprints. But like nobody checked the backyard. You know what I mean? Like nobody checked the back. There could have been blood in the backyard. It's just,
we'll never know those things.
I know. It's, I don't know. But maybe, like, are we going to find out that they did the search, that the whatever team, whatever CPAC or whatever, they came out, like maybe they searched the yard. I don't know. Well, the dog did get out to attack that other dog.
Right.
I'm assuming
we
the
don't
dog
know
got out from
exactly
that
how
gate
that
and
happened
didn't
either.
jump the fence.
Sadie said, isn't there a photo of Colin's knuckles cut up? There is. And that photo was posted on social media on February 26th, I believe. So it's a little over a month after that date. Obviously, the photo could be taken at a different time, but it wasn't posted until then. And I don't know if that's something that they'll get into with Colin when he gets on the stand. Is weed illegal in Massachusetts? It's hard to tell where it's legal now.
Yeah, I think so. Doesn't Grant smoke it all the time?
I'm just like, if it's legal, I don't think he's gonna. I mean, nobody's gonna give a shit if he's smoking weed. But if there's something else, but I don't know. All right, I'm gonna get through a couple more of these, the real quick, easy ones, so that we can get on to Julie, who is the big one, because I have to go pick up Kaylee from gymnastics in a little while. So, do you know if KR's SUV was positioned during the jury trip where the CW believes she hit him, or was it randomly parked in front of the house? I don't
Yeah, it
think
was.
I'd have to go back and look, but I think it was actually closer to the middle of the house. Was it over by the flagpole? I don't honestly remember, so I hate answering that question. I'm going to leave it as an I don't know. Been legal here in Massachusetts for 5 years. Yeah.
I can't remember.
Well, for teens, it's still illegal. That makes sense. Yeah. Recreational weed legal over 21. He would have still been underage. So still illegal for him. Makes sense. He did play football. January, February football season. Is it still football season in January, February for high school? That doesn't mean that he's not full-time. A lot of schools, depending on your coaches, won't let you play anything else. They only let you play one sport because they want you to be in it the whole year. So I don't know. Nobody said anything yet about an altercation of him with anybody else. Okay, so Tristan Morris takes the stand. Tristan is Caitlin's boyfriend. They live together. He works as a union pipe fitter. He went to the waterfall on the 28th. Doesn't remember who else was there. Doesn't know what time he got there or how long he stayed. This guy literally just pretends like he knows nothing about anything in life. I don't know if this is like his reality. I'm thinking if this is you. If you really don't know shit about shit, I don't know how you can make it through the day. But he recalls nothing at all ever on anything. He was on call for to plow that early morning for his landlord's business. He got calls and texts from Caitlin to pick him up. He said it takes about 21 to 25 minutes to get from their apartment or their home to 34 Fairview. She said on her questioning that it takes about 18 to 19 minutes. So a little bit different in driving, I guess. But sometimes one drives faster than the other. You want one of those? Yeah, you can have that.
So
And
I just looked up Canton High School football schedule because I was trying to get an answer to that other question.
anything normally Caitlin is around to tell him what to think. Did you find anything on the football stuff? Hey, Aaron. The one thing we know is that Tristan is getting rehomed to Vermont.
Oh my God, I lost you.
Yeah, you stopped talking. I was like, I think she's gone for a minute. That is the best comment
Can you still
ever.
hear me?
Tristan being real. I can hear you now.
Oh, that's bullshit. Okay, so the last game was November 25th, 2021. But it's got the kids, it's got like all the players' their name, their year that they're graduating, the position that they play, their height and weight. So Colin Albert in 2021, in the 2021 season, football season, was 6'1" and 205 pounds.
Dang. And then Uncle Brian said he was 175 pounds and like 5'11".
Yeah, he made him
people
smaller.
are saying football isn't played. I know that it's not played then, but I know from just experience in from my high school time and nieces, nephews, there's certain sports, certain coaches of certain sports that won't let you play any other sport. They make you play that same sport year round in high school. They don't give you the break. They don't let you go play anything else. You're constantly in that sport. So like my high school, the basketball team did not play any other sport at all. If you played basketball all year, whether it was season or not. That's what you did. So I don't know. The only thing I was asking was like, would he have still been, hardcore or not basketball, hardcore? Did he play other sports? Anything like that. Rumored Tristan was on the wait list to become a cop. Really? Stupid pop-up on my screen. So irritating. I hate it. He would make a terrible cop because he's the worst. Well, he wouldn't remember anything. Could you imagine if he took 2 weeks to write a report from an interview he had done? He'd be like, I don't know what time they said. I don't know what time they got there. I don't even know what time I showed up. I don't know what time. He wouldn't know anything about anything. Hold on, where was it at? Where was it over here? Tristan doesn't know shit about fuck. Also, he was just interviewed for the first time, so probably even more annoyed about testifying. Yeah, he was like, I didn't even want to be involved in this. I don't want nothing to do with it. Colin was a senior. He's useless to the coach once the season is over. Fair enough, Nunya. Fair enough. Good point. Have you guys never watched Varsity Blues? Football. We live football. Let me see. 10-2. Oh, here. So he also says this whole 10-2 the whole time. He drove Caitlin's Jeep because he had a Ford Fusion that didn't drive well in the snow. He doesn't recall plows or anything being out on the road when he was driving. He doesn't remember seeing anybody on the road. So Caitlin gets in the car.
Really count,
she's
though.
facing
Does this
him.
really count?
What, him
to me, none of
testifying?
this should really count because he doesn't remember shit. Like he does. Like,
right?
Do you remember plows? I don't remember. Like, what was the point other than he didn't even remember if any other family members came to the waterfall? You know what I mean? He didn't remember literally anything.
He doesn't know what time he got. Doesn't know what time you picked her up. He doesn't know what. It could have been 9. Could have been 1. Could have been 5 in the morning.
I would have been like, do you have like another personality? Was it the other personality that was there that day? Why can't you remember literally anything? I get like not being able to remember the time that you got there, but you don't remember if you saw your girlfriend's mother there?
Doesn't know. And then
Stop it.
He was like, you do know. So like when Yannetti gets up for cross, he's like, you do know the Albert family, right? Like you know them really well. You consider them family. You've hung out with them a lot, even after John's death. So then he gets the picture. He shows this picture. Let me grab it. This picture. I hate when my old picture pops up. It's so stupid. So he's shown this picture where they're all like doing like a fist bump, like tight fist. Here's Albert. This guy's just a doof to me. I don't know. He just like this guy's not fist fighting anybody. Let me just tell you that. Like he's not involved. He's not involved. Here's Brian. Here's Brian Albert. Here's Albert over here. It's just you know it's true.
The biggest one. Like I'm just looking at this, so I'm here to tell you that guy's not involved.
He's not. He's just not doing anything. He's just not. He's not involved. This is. So they're talking about this photo, and he doesn't know who took it. Just it was after John's death. I'm not really sure the relevance besides the whole making fists like tough guys.
It's bizarre.
So it is kind of bizarre, yeah.
It's not even like a fist, like a tough guy. Like look at Chris's and look at Matt's. Like they're just like holding their arms out in a fist.
Yay! Here's my arm. Look at this. Look at this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's goofy. They're probably just being silly and messing around. I mean, seriously. Come on.
They do a lot of messing around, a lot of horse playing, a lot of fooling around.
A lot of silliness when they go out with each other and have drinks. So, let's see. June 5th, 2022, they celebrate. That was the point of it. That's what he wanted to show too, was that they had gone out right before Karen's indictment because they knew Karen was going to be indicted. So he was like saying that they're celebrating that Karen's going to be indicted. And he's like, no, I don't necessarily think that's true either. But unless they, that maybe they have something that's going to show that that's true. I don't know. He's never testified at any hearings about this case. What time was he at 34 Fairview? He's not going to make up times. He remembers no times of anything he ever did, is what I wrote. He remembers nothing about anything, doesn't remember where he pulled in to pick her up, nothing was obstructing his view of the yard. Michael Proctor actually interviewed him for the first time on May 7th, and he says no, he didn't have any interviews. He says he only talked to Lolly and did a phone interview with the DA and his attorney. But May 7th is after the trial started. So, yeah, he's probably super pissed that he's even there. He's like, I've managed to stay out of this for over 2 years, and now here I am. Says he didn't drink much because he knew he had to get up early to plow. This one is to kind of impeach Caitlin because Caitlin said they already had the plan that he was going to come pick her up. And he's like, no, we didn't have that plan. That changed. So, but she'd also been drinking. She doesn't really remember what the plan was, maybe. He said no one instructed him to not refer to times because he's like, were you told by somebody to like not remember any time in your entire night? Doesn't remember how much snow, but yes, there was snow. He did not see a hat, a shoe, any pieces of tail light, a man, and no tire tracks. And then the big finale was on redirect. Lolly comes up and he's like, hey, why did you go back and pick up Caitlin? And he said, because she's high maintenance and I didn't want to deal with it. The whole courtroom starts cracking up. I'm like, that is so bad. And that now we know that he's going to be rehomed to Vermont and never seen or heard from again. And we're going to be like hashtagging, where's Tristan? He said he was paying attention to the road, so he had no reason to look at the lawn. Oh, so silly. Okay, so that was him. This was Sarah Levinson. Go ahead.
It's like a wonder that he even remembered he had to testify today. I mean,
he's like, what time should I be there? I don't know. Come here whenever you want. 9 p.m., 5 a.m. I'm not going to say a time. I don't really know when I should be there. I don't know. I was thinking this guy is not going to accomplish shit in life. You can't even say like, it wasn't at 9 o'clock because she didn't text you until after midnight or after 1. You know that you were sleeping at 9 o'clock. Like, come on. Like, why are you going to be so dumb? Like, are you really dumb? Because if you're not really dumb, then the jury's going to be like, why is this guy being so fucking weird about what time he picked up his girlfriend?
He really, I hope that's not, I can't imagine that he's like gotten through this many years if he's truly as oblivious and dumb as he appeared.
Somebody said that Caitlin wasn't there to tell him what to say or think. So he's just like, I don't know.
Swear to God, that's probably it. I guarantee that's it. I bet you she orders what they eat for dinner when they go out.
Oh, he said she's high maintenance, so maybe he's just like, you know what? She tells me what to do, I just do it.
Yikes.
There ain't no party like an indictment party.
He's in the doghouse tonight for sure.
Sunshine and Roses brings up a point, like maybe the forearm thing has to do with the pick of the dog bite. Like everybody show your right arm. But I don't know, one of them was like showing his left arm. I don't know, they were just weird. Oh, Shaggy, I'm not even going to say that, but I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. He's waiting for her to propose. That's why they're not married. Oh, goodness. Sarah Levinson, I thought she was actually one of the nicest witnesses. She seems like just like a normal, nice sweetheart. She just seems fine. Like I didn't have any issues with her whatsoever. Did you have any issues with her? She just seemed like she was a good friend to Brian Jr. and they just went there, hung out with her friend. Yeah.
To be honest, anything she said, I kind of like forgot once Julie showed up.
Yeah, everything the biggest thing that she starts to kind of bring up is that Julie had said something to her in the car, but then she's not allowed to say it because it's hearsay. So I'll kind of go over it. She's a registered nurse, which is kind of a big deal in the scheme of things. She went to his birthday. She had been there before. They were friends. They knew each other. They've known each other for a long time. Someone went upstairs to see the dog. She's the one that says that Brian Jr. took somebody up to see the dog. Colin showed up. She kind of knows him, but she's actually closer to his older brother, Chris Jr. She doesn't know when Colin left. She said the other girls were already gone before he left because there was 4 other girls there. Colin got a ride. She doesn't know from who. She never saw anyone go into the basement. She saw no fighting, no issues. They were just having fun and celebrating. said Julie went outside for about 5 minutes. Jen and Matt were going to give them a ride home. Jen's phone was charging behind Sarah. She knows that Jen checked her phone more than once, a few times. Jen said someone was coming over. Sarah never saw anyone else show up. Jen and Matt had a big SUV. She's like, I'm not good with cars, but she said Tahoe-like. She left out the front door, went down the driveway, got in the car. She was looking at her feet to make sure she wouldn't slip. And she made like a cute comment. She's like, my mom was telling me I was wearing bad shoes, but she said they look cute with my outfit, so I wore them anyway. And I didn't want to trip because I didn't want my mom to say I told you so. I was like, I thought that was cute. I was like, aw. And then she said Matt drove. Julie was behind Matt. Jen was in the passenger seat, and Sarah was. I don't even know how. That's not the right behind Jen, typo. She gave directions to Matt. Julie was dropped off first. Matt forgot his jacket at the house, so he had gone back in. They noticed a loaf of bread in the back, so then there's joking around about peanut butter and jellies. That comes up later. They drove past the flagpole. She was talking to Julie in the car. Julie refers to something. House is behind them. Sarah looks out the window. No clarification on anything that ended up happening. On cross, Yannetti was fine with her too. She went to junior prom with Brian Jr. She's been to the house many times, been in the basement, never noticed the bulkhead door, knows most of Brian Jr.'s cousins. She knows that Brian Jr.'s mom's nickname is Coco. She was at the house for about 6 hours on January 28th. We know that they were there for about 8 hours. She was interviewed by Proctor, but not until 9 months later. Now, she's one that is, nobody would put her name in a report either. And so that the defense actually had to file some motions to get her name. So nobody actually interviewed her until later. People came and went. She wasn't overly paying attention to when, doesn't really remember seeing Colin come in or leave, just knows that he had left after the other girls, knows the other girls left between 11 and 12. And Eddie pulls up, like, have you been in a hot tub with them? Have you gone on a road trip to Maine? What do you do with your friends? Fucking crack me up. And she's like, what? And I don't think I've ever been in a hot tub with him. I don't know. She said Higgins and Brian Albert came back a little bit after midnight. She did not see Higgins or Caitlin leave. Doesn't really know when they left. She said Julie went outside to talk to her brother. People were singing, dancing, drinking, talking. Chloe was not out going around people and may have been a police dog. She wasn't sure. And she did not hear Chloe growl or bark at anything. She thinks that Caitlin left before her, which is interesting because we know that Caitlin is the last to leave, supposedly. She never went to the basement that night. She said there was snow on the ground, but she could still see concrete. When she testified in May of 2023, she said she could see the lawn. They show her testimony refreshes her memory. She said the McCabe's car was in the driveway. She saw 2 Albert cars in the driveway side by side up against the garage. There was no obstructions when she walked out. The lights were on, because now that's the big thing. Instead of snow, we're talking about these lights on the house. So the lights were on. She saw no hat, no sneaker, no pieces of taillight, no man on the lawn, and no one she was with pointed out seeing anything of those things either. She said 2 defense attorneys visited her home, her parents' home. She was not there when they came. She did call them the next day to let them know that she was choosing not to speak with them because she knew she didn't have to. Thought that was interesting. Like, why not speak to them? On redirect, Lolly says, when was the last time you were in the basement? She's like, I don't know, sometime during college. She said that Jen was on the phone after Colin left. I don't know why he asked that. Said that, I guess maybe to show that she's still calling John O'Keefe after Colin's not even there anymore. They talk about that she saw grass along the borders of the walkway. She didn't look at the entire lawn. She was looking down to make sure she didn't fall. So she kind of just saw some grass. So that means the snow wasn't covering the grass. And she was at home when the defense came. She contacted them next day. So I didn't think that she did anything really for anybody. She wasn't pro anything. She just kind of went on there, told the story of her evening to the best of her recollection. I didn't think that she felt, to me, she did not feel overly rehearsed. I don't know about you guys.
Well, like she said, if Karen would have hit him right then, like they claimed, then there would have been grass under John.
Right. I mean,
Even
so
if
I
there
think
was
she
a
says things that are
snow. Do you know what I mean? Like, even if there was a coating of snow, his body would have melted it at first.
Yeah, I mean, he would have been on the snow. He wouldn't have been on snow. He would have been on the grass at her timing of this whole thing. John Lover said he's a union pipe fitter and he makes pretty good money and he also remembers things. Did Jen McCabe say she saw Karen Reed's vehicle pull up from the window? We haven't heard her testimony yet, but in pre-trial statements, I think the only one that said they saw her SUV of the McCabe's was actually Matt. Now, Sleuthy will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's only Matt that saw the SUV out the window.
Jen's dumbass saw him too. She said she saw
She
the
did?
SUV too. Matt was standing at the door for whatever reason.
Okay. So maybe they both did then. I was only thinking it was Matt. So here comes Miss Attitude.
Actually,
man, she was
Teresa, in Jen's first statement, like on the scene, she said that she did see the car pull up and that she saw the door open, but nobody came in. She dropped that later though. Like that's the only time she mentioned seeing the door open. Mm-hmm.
Really?
And everyone's still ignoring, like, where did Higgins, his vehicle didn't just disappear. How come no one knows where Higgins' car was?
Nobody can tell. Nobody knows where Higgins parked at all.
It's bizarre.
Okay, let's talk about Julie Nagel because she was spitting fucking nails into that mic.
She was breathing through her, like I could hear her nostrils flaring. She was worse than Bev has ever been.
Should we cover her or should we wait until we get the rest of her testimony and do the whole thing together? What do you guys prefer? Do you want to talk about her testimony now or should we do it on the next recap with the rest of her testimony? You guys tell me. I'm good either way.
I don't know. I feel like since she's not done.
Should we wait?
I feel like
or
we
just
should.
go
I also feel like it was kind of silly to let her go, like, when she was basically almost done. Like, the defense was done, I'm pretty sure. So,
right.
They could have stayed.
They were pretty close. But there was still going to be a redirect and a recross for sure. She's just so pissed off at the world. All right, we'll hit up her direct and then we'll end it and we'll do her entire cross on the next recap. So we get her entire thing. We don't have anything unanswered. So we'll do her direct and then we'll do she has like 5 minutes on there tomorrow. So this is Juliana, goes by Julie Nagel. She lived in Canton her whole life, works at a car rental agency.
Oh, wait.
She went to Branch.
Some people are saying maybe just wait and then we can compare it with Ryan. I bet you Ryan is next, so maybe we should wait so we can compare the two.
Okay, let's do that. We'll wait. Well, I mean, it's here.
Because he really does destroy most of what he has said so far. So,
yeah, let's do it together then. We'll do it together. We want to leave direct then too? I didn't think she said too much on direct, but besides the blob. Robin says do it now.
We can do the direct, yeah.
Okay, we'll do direct. Because we can talk about the blob for a hot minute before I have to hop off. And then we'll do all of Cross on the next one. Shit. So she lived in Canton her whole life. She works at a car rental agency. She went to Brian Jr.'s house on the 28th. Her dad is the one that took her and Sarah over there and dropped them off. They go through all the people in the house and the plans for the night. It's very repetitive. I didn't write it all down again. She says the same thing as everybody else. They talk about Colin. She says she knows him and says that Colin left before the others came home. So this is a very big change from anybody else's testimony. She says Colin was gone before Brian, Nicole, Jen, Matt, Brian Higgins come there. She's the only one who totally says that. Everybody else says he was there for a couple minutes. She also remembers Brian dad.
Contradicted.
Go ahead for a second. I'm going to get these dogs stop barking.
She contradicted Brian Sr. and Nicole's testimony that, Brian Sr. said when he walked in that he saw Colin like there at the door. Like everybody saw him right at the door. And again, you can argue that someone's misremembering a time, but you can't argue that she's misremembering like the people that were there. So you could say, well, maybe she's wrong about 11:30, 11:45. Maybe she really meant 12:15 and she's just like 30 minutes off. But you can't, like, was he there before the adults came home and then left before they got there? Or was he still there
Okay,
when
well
they got home?
let's think about this. Where if Colin is there when the adults all come home, right? These people are arriving within minutes of each other. Brian Higgins is outside moving his car. The girls are taking a little bit longer to come in because they've got their boots on or whatever. Jen and Matt show up later. Where is the car that's picking up Colin? Where's Allie's car? This is all happening at the same time. So where's Allie's car? Why does nobody see Allie at all the entire night? Oh, Sleuthy's gone. Questions. Were all these parents driving all their 23, 25-year-old kids around? Apparently they were. Yeah. Yeah, Chloe. I've got Chloe Albert. Don't tell anybody. Girl, I can't hear. She can't hear me, so hopefully she comes back up for the last few minutes. It's interesting that the young adults are more responsible about getting drivers when they're drinking than the cops are about driving drunk. Right? Miss Smith. I've been screaming this all day. Caitlin being asked if she took Chloe was an out of the blue question. Setting up something. Yes. Well, I mean, I guess the thing is do any of the officers that are there in the morning, Lank, Good, Gallagher, do any of them ever see Chloe in the morning? Nobody asked them that when they were on the stand, if they ever saw Chloe. They ever heard Chloe. Not to my recollection in my note taking. I can't wait till my house is built and I fucking move to a normal place with high-speed internet. All right, so she remembered that Brian's dad took Chloe outside, which is very interesting that all these people paid that much attention to Chloe. She texted her brother to pick her up and then went outside when he got there and said, I'm not going home with you. I've always thought that was very weird, but I think what happened is that when the adults showed up, they're like, you guys aren't leaving, stay, we'll take you home, or just spend the night, or something like that, because now everybody's drinking and having fun, and she's like, yeah, no, I'm not ready to go home yet. I'll catch another ride or I'll just stay here. She says that there was a black SUV outside before her brother pulled up. So this is another contradiction to everybody else's story. She saw the black SUV outside and that the SUV was not there. That means that Karen Reed was gone by the time she goes outside to talk to her brother. Very, very different. And what Sleuthy and I were talking about is that's going to be very different from what her brother's going to testify to, or what he's already made in his statements. So she says that the SUV gone. She never saw it. She saw it when she looked out the window. First time she saw it, it was parked in front of the mailbox. It pulled forward a little bit and was right like in the middle between the mailbox and the flagpole. And then the third time she saw it, she sees it up by the flagpole. Now, this is interesting because this is why I said at the very beginning of this, she's either coming across as one of the most credible witnesses, because if you think about it, she's standing there waiting for her brother to show up, knowing he's going to be there any minute. So she's the one mostly paying attention to cars outside versus other people who don't have somebody coming. You think that maybe Jen would be paying attention. We don't know that yet. But this is the struggle for me. But then she talks about that she's intoxicated and some of her story doesn't match up anybody else's story. Don't know how this is going to work with her own brother's testimony. So she left the house with the McCabe's in their SUV and she sat behind Matt, who was driving. They did drive by the flagpole. Jen was facing her because they were talking about these PB&J sandwiches. She was looking past Sarah. So Sarah was closer to, she was on the passenger side. So she was essentially looking past Sarah and sees a black blob out by the flagpole. She said that she tells others in the car. So after they're driving a little bit further, she's like, I don't know, like I saw something back there, like a black object or something was out there. I don't know what that was. But she doesn't really clarify. And then when Sarah's like, what? Like, what are you talking about? And Sarah's like trying to look out the window. Then Sarah's like, I don't see anything. She's like, oh, well, whatever. I guess I just saw some weird black blob. She never, ever tells anybody about this black blob until, well, we'll get into later, but she doesn't actually tell anybody. We'll learn more about that on Cross for a very long time. He asked her if she knows how big the blob was. And she said it's about 5 or 6 feet long, which we'll also find out on Cross. This is the first time ever to anybody she's ever said the size of the blob. And before she had referred to it as an object. I don't think Ricky's even on the list. So yeah, today is the first time she ever says that this black blob was 5 to 6 feet long. And like I said, we'll talk about it more on the next recap. But on Cross, he's like, you talked to Brian Albert Jr. the next day where he's telling you a man was found dead on his front lawn, and you don't think to say, holy crap, I saw this black blob on the freaking lawn when we were driving by. Doesn't tell anybody until she gets interviewed way later. But like I said, we'll talk about that on Cross. She is back on the stand in the morning. I would assume, if I had to guess, tomorrow we would probably be seeing Ryan Nagel, maybe a Matt and Jen McCabe. They might be coming in next, or Higgins. That's my guess. So only a blob 10 feet away. Yeah, doesn't tell anybody about it. I mean, she's like, hey, I saw something out there, and then she's not like, whatever, not a big deal. It is pretty interesting. What sucks is she didn't go to investigators with that info. Therefore, it's just more sus freaking statements. Yeah, you saw something out there. It was 5 to 6 feet long, and you don't even tell your buddy that you were just at his birthday party with. I don't know if Proctor's not going to come yet. It's not his time. It's not his time. So next it's got to be Higgins. I mean, I think after her, it's going to be Ryan Nagel, and then I think it's going to be Higgins and the McCabe's. They're next in the story. So I'd be surprised if they throw anybody else in before them. You don't think the state's going to call Higgins? Well, I don't know. Yeah, they can call him, but she's thinking that they might not, because he's going to look really bad for them. I don't know. We'll see. That's my guess for tomorrow is Ryan Nagel. After she finishes is her brother Ryan, and then I think we'll see the McCabe's and Higgins. Maybe they won't call Higgins. So, all right. Well, we'll keep it up. Oh, thank you, little April. I appreciate that. Just want to double check and just make sure I said thank you to everybody, and I didn't miss any super chats. Thank you, little April, for yours. The middle sister, Jen, thank you guys for joining. That girl, thank you so much for your super chat. Grin for me, thank you so much for your super chat. Jen, for your super sticker. Sadie, thank you so much. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. I know that you guys have 1,000 other places that you could spend your time and hang out, and yet you choose to spend your time here with me, and I really can't express how much I appreciate each and every one of you for being here and just being cool with the fact that I have no fucking idea what the outcome of this is going to be, and we're all just kind of speculating and throwing our opinions at the wall and welcoming all opinions. So I will see you guys on the next one. I may do a Delphi live tomorrow. I got a couple things I want to talk about with Delphi, but depending on how explosive tomorrow is, we'll see. If we end up, because if Higgins does take the stand and it's as big of a deal as I suspect it to be, I may just have to do a recap on an individual day. We'll see, though. Either way, I will see you guys tomorrow. Go enjoy the rest of your Tuesday and have a good one.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown.